executive director,
Uh-huh.
of the Amaranth Foundation. And she's going to talk about scholarly publishing, scholarly communication within an archaeological context. So I will hand it over to Christine.
Right. This has been really fun, and I was so glad to hear the introductions because many of the things I'm going to talk about today I think will pertain to some of the things you're doing. So the first thing is to exercise your mind. This is the problem. 2, 4, 8. If you had to come up with a new sequence of numbers that fit this pattern, what's the rule? Just do it on your own. Take a minute. And if you've read the New York Times, you will already know about this problem that actually was developed and consulted with Barry Nailbuff from Yale, professor of management. He's also the co-creator of Honest Tea. So when you first looked at that problem, think of what types of sequences you came up with. If you had the rule that what you needed was just one number larger than the number before, that's the simple rule. Probably many of you were going, okay, 2 times 2, and then it's multiples of 2. And if you were to take this test online, the very likelihood is that you would be sitting there trying to be right every single time. You wouldn't explore, you wouldn't go, oh, what if I put -2 or 5001, 5002, 5003, or 5003, 2, 1. You always try to be right. So what that means is that you're never thinking about how things could go wrong. You're not taking the simplest approach to solving a problem, and you're leaving out all that playfulness, that fun, that creativity. So the next question, what time do you want your parole hearing to be? Or when do you want to be the best during the day? This is research that has been published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, and again put out to the general public of when do you want that. And what they found with looking at extraneous factors that affect judicial decisions is that you probably don't want to be doing it right at the time that I'm giving this lecture, because the judges have already gone through many, many decisions by then. And by the time before lunch, what happens when they control for all the legal factors and looking at comparable situations, you're getting no parole, no parole, no parole. As you get closer to lunch, the judge leaves, kind of clears her mind, and then all of a sudden you're back to parole, parole, parole by the end of the day. So you don't want to be in those slots. And the article talked about the caricature that justice is what the judge ate for breakfast might be an appropriate caricature for human decision making in general. So think about decision fatigue that occurs throughout the day. So how do you work best in this digital world? And one of the answers is to look at your ultradian cycles. And this is just a basic cycle of that. It was, again, coming from original sleep research that had been done. And you really work in 90-minute, maybe 120-minute cycles, but then you need to completely disengage and either walk, take a 20-minute break, you get another mile of walking in or number of steps in, do something completely different. But during those 90 minutes, you only focus and have your priority on one particular item. So these are the things of dealing with digital distraction, get into that focused attention. So things to consider: your confirmation bias, your decision fatigue, and digital distraction. This lecture, we've talked about collaborative research. I want to also talk about collaborative lectures, because I am trying to pull from many, many different sources. Not all of them am I going to be mentioning the specific person, but I'm going to try. But otherwise, I'd be sitting here and doing a citation reel. But on the slide deck, you'll see these various references below. I'm very interested in the world of global public digital archaeology. I keep switching around how I want to use those various words. But when I talk about global, that's a very high standard to reach, because then you're talking about audience, cultural literacies, you're talking about language. Everything we're doing here is in English, and I think I've only seen one website up that was maybe in Arabic. So we're in the world as anthropologists, as archaeologists in the international world, but yet we're choosing one language for very, very perhaps reasons in terms of who our audience happens to be. And you have to look at your research and topic for relevance in the global part. For the public part, and I know we're talking about making sure everything is public, but I would kind of hearken back to Michael Frisch's shared authority, that when it becomes public is when you actually engage the communities with working with you on creating that research. Now, we've talked about public and collaborative, but we're looking at an audience of other programmers, other disciplines. We're still within a smaller silo than when you really engage the public and find out what their interests, their needs, their expertise might be. I liked Ethan's discussion of digital, very expansive, and you'll see me echo that with publishing. So when you're looking at this whole new digital world, and it's not that new in short time, research, reading and writing, publishing, preservation all has various changes. So in research, we've always heard interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and I'd like to use transdisciplinary. If you actually get to transdisciplinary, then it's not archaeology. It's going to be a whole new discipline if you're really creating transdisciplinary research. So you're creating those disciplines, collaborative, iterative, big data, or at least large data sets, and your scale expands. When you're reading and writing, back to the collaborative authorship, oftentimes short form writing, or reading by text mining, visualization, reading and writing via the seeing images in 3D and otherwise, audio, and very interactive. But I wanted to maybe take a side to the analog world, and I brought 2 books, heavy books, but very great books to take a look at. As you're writing, stylish academic writing. And this book is fabulous, by Helen Sword. It appeals to, I think, to an archaeological perspective because she actually goes in and analyzes published journal articles and pulls out sentences, pulls out ways of doing it, and shows you why all those rules that you probably tell your students or tell others, no passive, don't end a paragraph with a preposition. All of these various rules that come down as absolutes are meant to be broken in appropriate circumstances. The other book is Writing Your Journal Article in 12 Weeks by Wendy Belcher. She not only was in the world of publishing, but now she is an academic at Princeton. And what I love about her book is a particular chapter called the Belcher Diagnostic Test. And so this also is appealing to be able to analyze your writing. And in analyzing your writing, she has you literally go through, she'll step you through. You color code all these various types of words. And then she suggests other alternative ways of writing elegantly, writing concisely, writing what you mean. In the Journal of Interactive Technology and Pedagogy, in an article again on archaeology and mentoring students in digital technologies, both in archaeology and art history, what she's looking for is students who are going to write for the web, concise language, maximizing readability on the web, thinking of the form of your presentation, writing for the general public, and engaging that public. By chance, this I don't have a citation for. I have no idea if Tom Waits really said this or not, but it was on a Facebook post. A friend of mine, the world's a hellish place and bad writing is destroying the quality of our suffering. So we do not want to do that. We want elegant writing. So publishing. So that was the writing and the writing and reading. In publishing, I believe in a very expansive view of publishing. I came out of the university press publishing world at the University of Arizona Press, and we published books, physical books. But I see publishing much greater than that. And when I left the U of A Press and went up to Arizona State University to direct a program in scholarly publishing that was part of public history at that time. Actually, a school of historical, philosophical, and religious studies, a whole new background and arena for me to be in. I was able to create and work with students to think very expansively about their career options, and it's been wonderful to see where they've gone. So publishers in this new world may not be gatekeepers. You may be the publisher. It may be dynamic, ever-changing, works in progress, and there may be peer and post review, but maybe not necessarily just that review that occurs right to make a decision for publishing. And if your audiences are connected, and I say that is a big if, because in anthropology, all of us know as we travel the world, as we travel this country, as we live in rural areas, which I do now, it is not a connected world that we're sitting here right now being connected. And then the other area of thinking in the digital world is preservation, and we may be talking about that in greater detail next year. But the idea that something is forever, don't believe that from anyone, whatever it may be in your life. No promises here. But we can try to attain persistent preservation. So I love that Ethan started talking out early about DEETs and how long the digital publishing world has been within anthropology. And I certainly started out with key punch cards. And this was a new site to me. It's actually where you could make your own key punch card now on the web. And it's just great. So any of you who are unfamiliar with the key punch card, you can do it. This is why it's being popular today. We have Draper from Mad Men to be part. So you literally sit there, the card comes in, you type it up, and then you can print out your digital card. Why do I bring that up? All of my data from the 1980s was on boxes of punch key, piled up in the closet, boxes, at home at that time. And as it turned out, we were able to move those to a museum, to the Huagam Museum, which was great, but they sat there. But then the TDAR project came along, and this is the Digital Archaeological Repository, which is another type of place, digital archaeological record, not repository, let me correct that. But this is another place to look at as to where you could put data, and where the idea is to use these data sets for research. So they wanted to use my legacy data that was in. And it was a longer process of where do you find a key punch card reader? Where do you find my coding sheets? Because these key punch cards were 80 columns of just numbers. And without that, it was the key that had to unlock it. That took a while, a lot of going through a lot of files. Another project that has longevity to see how it's come into the future, George Gummerman and many, many other people, and I'm not, have been involved with what has been called in the past the Artificial Anasazi Project. So they were doing computer modeling to look at population and doing simulation, and then looking at the reality of the data. What is today happening is new research being done on confirming those models. And doing so in this case, it's in the Journal of Artificial Life, I think is what the name of it. Thank you, it's right there. Artificial Societies and Social Simulation. So they have been able to go through, and now this is just a little clip from a YouTube video looking at the simulation versus the history, and confirming with some bits of discrepancies to show that off. So there are a number of born digital projects that are in archaeology. And I want to emphasize only a small number of those in places that you can go to even think about these various projects. And I'm going to start with SciArc. And SciArc was created in 2003. Their mission statement, as I've looked at it over the years, has slightly changed, slightly expanded, but basically what they're trying to do, they want to make sure our heritage sites of the world are safe for future generations and accessible to future generations. So they operate as a 5013C, and they use new technologies to create a free 3D library. And what's important here is so that the world's heritage sites, before they're lost to natural disasters, destroyed by human aggression, or ravaged by the passage of time. And one of their projects of many is the Hopi petroglyph sites, where these are archaeological sites that are being preserved online so you can actually see what's there. Now, back pre-2013, the Baghdad Museum project was an attempt to take the museum and digitize what it had in order to preserve it. And this project, I don't know anyone involved in it, and maybe some of the others here may, but this was the website up. This was first released in 2003. And in 2013, about that time frame, because I didn't mark the actual access date of this, this is what you'd see just when you Googled it, but then when you went to click on it, you got this. The domain expired in 2013. So I went back to it just this month to see the website, and this is what you see. 2015, ISIS destroys what is left of ancient history. And it just had that reaction. And then, so many of you also know that in the news yesterday, we had the beheading of a Syrian scholar who was doing archaeology, and he had been captured for 30 days before he was beheaded, but apparently the story is that he wouldn't tell where these archaeological materials were at. So where do you go from here? This is why various meetings, museums on virtual archaeology for museums and cultural tourism. This is one meeting that's coming up in 2015, where you have other, the CHESS, which is Cultural Heritage Experiences, again, doing storytelling for the cultural heritage and doing it interactively. You have another museums in the web in 2015. So you have the museum becoming a digital storyteller. You have collaborative, you've seen these words so many times, collaborative participatory creation of the interactive digital experience, because you can have pretty flat digital experiences. Another way is through a project that was developed at Arizona State University, virtual field trips. So these were not just people who had never done these field researchers. They were field researchers doing all sorts of things it started with the hard sciences, space sciences, but it's also gone to archaeology and at Teotihuacan, where you're actually having people in the field that then are talking about and showing in 3D and other ways of emphasizing and bringing your classroom, bringing an outside audience to see what it's like to do actual research as though you were there. Now, I'm going to talk about a couple of other projects that have that public aspect and really on the ground, but then are also connecting it with an online presence. Archaeology Southwest did a project. They are based in Tucson, a nonprofit dedicated to archaeology of the Southwest, but they do very much detailed, hard research on the ground, from surveys and working with native peoples. Your very traditional research. They have a public outreach component, and in this case they were building an archaeology pit house, and as it happened there was a great flood the year they built it, so it slowly came apart, which is also a great study, just on the ground, seeing the destruction by weathering and by flooding. One of their preservation archaeologists, Doug Gann, who is very well known in the field of doing 3D, and you could go to Sketchfab online for seeing lots of 3D projects that have been hosted there. But he started working on creating the pit house prior to flooding, and I don't have other ones, but I'm sure he has done many other of these 3D renderings, so you could see it in that digital form. I worked right before I left the U of A press, I was working with 3 other university presses on a Mellon Foundation grant, which we received, and it was a $1 million grant in the field of indigenous studies. But it was very traditional, publishing first books, because Mellon was trying to do 2 things: get those first authors' books published, which were so important if they were in the academy for tenure, but also to bring together university presses to see what could you do at scale that you couldn't do individually. And in this project, the digital component was solely a blog. And why that became important, this was in 2009, it was a way to bring indigenous voices, scholars of indigenous people, into one central location, connecting all of the various presses. Now, as I said, that was a straight blog, but it was one step for doing a digital world of connecting, globally connecting digital indigenous scholarship. But another project, Mukutu, and is an attempt and is in work of bringing together indigenous communities where they are the ones that are deciding what could be made public. So it is those communities making those decisions, and there's mobile apps for that as well. But and this started in Australia, but there's a few other ones and you see the Brooklyn Arts Council is doing a cultural repatriation project as well. Another project that I'm not involved directly with CurateScape, but I'll make these connections for you. At Arizona State University, Paul Hurt, Cody Ferguson, and Scott Warren were working on a project on the borderlands, and they wanted to have a digital component to that, but they were doing a public outreach program in that they were going to cultural institutions in southeastern Arizona, along the border, a little bit further west as well. So what they're using, so this grant, it was in the planning and implementation stage. I was up at ASU when they were first submitting it, and as always, you resubmit. And they received the planning grant at the time that I was moving to the Ameren Foundation. So as it turned out, Ameren was one of their partners. So I was seeing it from the public history point of view as Paul and others were planning it, to now being one of the partners that will be providing some content. With that, though, in order to bring these stories in the digital world, because it will be on the ground, bringing exhibits to all of these cultural institutions and places, but it'll also be online. And what they're going to be using is CurateScape, which is a mobile app that actually originated at Cleveland State's Public History and Digital Media Center. And CurateScape is Omeka-based, you've heard that before, which is perfectly a great platform, free as well. And many people use it for museum exhibits. And CurateScape was being used when it was at Cleveland State, and as it turned out, Mark Souther, who's at Cleveland State, Mark Toubeau, who was at Cleveland State, Mark Toubeau migrated to Arizona State. So CurateScape is also now part of that digital environment. And what they do, if you could go, it was meant to be one platform that could be adapted to many different cities. So you have Cleveland Historical, Spokane Historical, and people would write stories. There would be a geolocation, and then there'd be photographs. So this now is, this is what was submitted to NEH for the Borderland Stories project, the same type of idea, using CurateScape, but where you'll have the map, and there's Portal, not too far from where Amarant is, up right around there. And there'll be a story written by a scholar, in this case Dan Arreola, on the Mexican revolutions, or Mexican Revolution battles, and then below that, photographs as well. Another way of thinking about digital publishing is to look at how people are publishing first online and then taking what's online and moving it to print. And so we have our scholar here, Sean, and Kathleen has this through Media Commons. She's going to talk about her book, Planned Obsolescence, that all of you read. So I'm not mentioning that here, but I would if you weren't here, Kathleen. Figured you're going to cover it better than I can. So with Comment Press, and I love there's the, what is your tagline there? I forget, it was something such as, writing in public 1 page at a time. And with that, you're able to write, and the unit of discussion is the paragraph. So breaking out of page numbers and where you're at within a text. And what you do with Comment Press is you start making people make, this is genius, things of that. Of course you'd say that. And this, this is what Sean is doing, the Historian's Macroscope, Big Digital History. So it's an experiment in writing in public 1 page at a time, and he has other co-authors with that. And what was interesting about some of these comments, and I just learned about his project here during this, which is great knowledge going back and forth in that way. What some of the classes are doing now, they're writing to Sean and saying, can we, are we able to go forth and still write comments? Because I want my class to learn how to do this and to add comments. And I don't know if the comment period is closed now?
Well, we reopened the comment period for Amanda's class, and they were brilliant comments. They were really good, but I had to shut the comments back down again because we'd finally been found by the spam bots and so on. There's so much Viagra a person can take.
Is that a tested hypothesis? I didn't mean to embarrass you.
Really in public.
So, but in this case, Sean's book will be published by Imperial College Press. So that will be up and coming. It's not right there.
It's not there, but it'll be.
It will be there.
We're already on Amazon, and we've got sales ranked 31 billion for it.
Yes, and it's going to go up from there because everyone will buy both the print book and read it online. Another project that has been in the news as well as quite interesting is what's happening at Stanford. And they have the Spatial History Project, where they basically have a lab, lots of students coming together and creating a wide variety of projects in that spatial world where there's collaboration, visualization, obviously the use of computers, it's open-ended, and there is this conceptual focus on space. So when we talk about the changes in the digital, it is a very different way to read the visual world versus just the flat print world. And that's a skill to find out what is important, what's significant, how do you read these various images. So one of the projects is by Nicholas Bach doing enchanting the desert. So keep that in mind. I'll show you that in the next slide. The relationship between the Stanford Spatial Project and Stanford University Press. And Stanford University Press just received a $1.2 million grant specifically for interactive books. And that's what they're going to be publishing. And what became important about that is one of the things we've talked about, but not in as great detail, but you've certainly read in Planned Obsolescence and other of your readings, is that we're in a system within the academy where tenure decisions, P&T decisions, are oftentimes based on journal articles and published books. And they generally mean in your tenure packet you have a book or you have something physical. Scholarly articles you can print out. So Stanford University Press wanted to address this of how do you credential digital projects. And Eric talked about the various ways of doing that. This is doing an interactive digital book, but with that the traditional peer review editing process. So by having the imprimatur of Stanford University Press on your interactive digital book, that is a way of trying to legitimize within the world of P&T regulations and criteria that digital projects are on par with any other print or just simply online straight text. I would suggest that if any of you are thinking of wanting to do an interactive book project with for this project, which would be probably beyond, you'd have to narrow it and beyond the scope of what.
Interactive pamphlet.
Yeah, an interactive, a prototype, a proof of concept. You can do, but you might want to start conversations with the editor who'll be in charge of that. And this is so what their very first, why Stanford also, their connection with the spatial project at Stanford is that they had one project by Nicholas Bosch, Enchanting the Desert, that's already online through the spatial project, but they're going to be transforming that into an interactive book. I haven't read what they are looking at to classify it as interactive versus digital, but I'm sure that will be revealed. But his Bouch's work is trying to look at a collection of photographs of the Grand Canyon to understand how people saw the landscape in a different way. There was just mention without any direct discussion for all of us on this whole idea of crowdsourcing or becoming citizen scientist, citizen archaeologist. And Zooniverse is a place to see various projects. They don't have too many in the humanities and archaeology, but their whole perspective is doing people-powered research. So I liked that phrase when I first saw it. Before, a couple years ago, it was citizen scientists. And then I thought, so what research is not people-powered? Yeah. I was trying to wrap my head around that. But the idea is that these are volunteers. That are, and they obviously for alliteration did people power, and that has a lot of other implications. So what they do, and this is just one of the humanities projects, that you create a project and say you have a mass of data. You have texts that need to be looked at. You need texts that need to be deciphered. You have ship logs that have weather information. And as a historian, you want to look at weather patterns over time by looking at historical documents. So you put it out to anyone who wants to become a citizen scientist, and we can all become those as well for other projects, and you start doing that particular type of work. And this is the one on climate, modeling Earth's climate using wartime ship logs. So how do we think of seeing this future world? So you're sitting here, we're telling you about all these tools, but I can tell you next year there's going to be a raft of other ones to be considering. So where do you get that crystal ball? Where do you see into the future of the digital world? And all of the various places we know about: foundations, learned societies, higher ed, museums, digital humanities centers, libraries, social media. I'm going to leave social media for this afternoon when Lynn and Terry are talking about that. So Many of you will know Pew Research Center, but they have a focus on internet science and technology. So this is a great place to go, and you see just even the headline, Mobile Messaging and Social Media in 2015, and various reports they do, various things where they're tapping into American life. And there's actually a project they have on internet and American life. The Mellon Foundation has been mentioned so many times here. They are just the advocates of higher education, of learning, of thinking about the digital world. And they do that through their arts and cultural heritage and also through a scholarly publishing program. You may know Ithaca from JSTOR, Portico, but they also, for Ithaca, they do a whole series of reports of Ithaca S+R, which is strategic consulting and research. They are again focusing on how important the new changes in the digital world are impacting our academic cultural sphere of knowledge. And they have great reports to hear and learn what is going on, how are people using technology within the academy and within that scholarly publishing world. There are a whole group of both societies as well as journals dedicated to publishing in a digital framework. So the Society for Scholarly Publishing is primarily focused on a lot of journal publishing, oftentimes in the STEM field. But they have certainly conferences, webinars, other things of that nature. I already mentioned the Journal of Interactive Technology and Pedagogy. And this, again, it's promoting, again, you see the word open, scholarly discourse around critical and creative uses of technology, both in teaching, learning, and research. So lots of really good articles to take a look at there. The Journal of Electronic Publishing, the Journal of Digital Humanities, a great font of who's doing what and how they're doing it. So when you want to see into this world of published results on various projects, this is one place to go. I love this blog, The Scholarly Kitchen. It's just, I just get it as a regular feed into my email. You could do it in all sorts of other ways. But they're always looking at that intersection of the scholarly publishing world, but doing it in, again, that broadest sense of what publishing actually is and what publishing could be. Some of the previous examples would have come from discussions here. They're also great just for sources that are happening, and they're lighthearted in many ways, and then they're very serious scholars who are writing here. Within higher education, and there's so many, you know about the Chronicle of Higher Education, you know about your MOOCs and your online and hybrid teaching, all of those are there. But EDUCAUSE is another consortium that, excuse me, that is quite good in terms of advancing higher education, but specifically through information technology. Their tagline is uncommon thinking for the common good. A connector here between museums and higher ed are the Horizon reports. And every year, about in the January framework, there will be a report, and this is the museum edition. They have one for higher ed edition. And this is such a great peek into the future world. And why and how they do it, this is just one part of their table of contents. And this is the format they use every year. So during the year, they're taking the pulse. There's a wiki. They're just always trying to be up on what's happening in the digital world. But then they lay it out. Okay, here's almost our predictions, but it's based on a lot of research of what's happening. So they do it for 1 year or less, 2 to 3, 4 to 5. And if you go back to past reports, you can actually see where certain things started picking up on, that might be 5 years out, or maybe it didn't even make it to the 5 years, but they talk about it. And I think of augmented reality, of seeing how that progressed. And when we talk about that tomorrow, you'll see how these forces, and they give lots of examples of people using them or what's possible. And you can see where we might be 4 to 5 years out in terms of actual adoption. It's not that these technologies aren't here now, but how are they being implemented and used? Another is the Center for the Future of Museums, and they do a Trends Watch report. And in this Trends Watch report, for example, for 2015, they talk about, again, open data, ethical consumerism, personalization, rising sea levels. They did mapping on a large scale of where are museums located. A lot are along coastal lines. And so then they talked about how some museums are actually, if they're still going to physically be there, they're building up. So nothing, you don't have your repository in the basement. You have it up on the second or third floors, things of that nature. Wearable technology and slow culture. So the wearable technology, depending where we're at now, some people have said, oh, well, now it's already tanking, but I don't think that will be the case at all. I think that's just a blip on perhaps Apple's watch maybe not being where they thought it might be at this particular time. But I think that's going to be happening, and I actually think in some, in some ways, war is going to be driving a lot of the wearable technology, because we have situations now where we have fewer people dying in war, but more people surviving, and they're surviving without limbs, without the ability to do certain things, and so the needs are great, and that will make its way to a very wearable technology that may involve many more senses than we're currently, we're talking 3D, but we haven't talked about smell, we haven't talked about touch, and there's lots of haptic technology, all sorts of other things that are going to engage our senses that will make it into the digital world, and I'm sure within the archaeological scheme of things. There are lots of digital humanities centers, and certainly the Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media at George Mason is very well known. They created many digital projects like Omeka and Press Forward, other things like that. They also do podcasts, and every year this one is from this past May, they're off for the summer, but every year in December they make their predictions for the next year. And in those predictions, then they talk about the previous year's predictions to see where things are at. So if you just listen to one of their podcasts, I recommend that one. And you'll see where they were wrong. One was university presses were going to be gone. Following year, well, not so many were gone. Very few, in fact. But there were things of that, but wonderful predictions, wonderful conversations, and based on quite a bit of reality. With Digital Humanities Now, you could get just your regular email feed, and this was one I just received this week. And they link both for those grad students interested in jobs. They do lots of jobs on this, but they also have lots of links to other things that are going on in the future. And the one I was interested was dealing with data in museums, which takes you to a summary that's before that, but then takes you to a whole new arena that I wasn't aware of this particular site. And it happened to have there a tool for creating and maintaining style guides. I haven't delved into this, I'm just finding out about this myself, and but I was very happy to see it and learned about it through Digital Humanities. Libraries. The library here on campus, I took a photograph of this but didn't include it in here. There's a sign that says library only. And I loved it. It had to do with, somebody had told me, with access to the library during construction. But the idea that a library is only a library is so not not where we're at today. So there's the digital public library that's linking all sorts of resources together, and Dan Cohen is the person in charge of it. He's somebody whose name you should be very, very aware of in terms of what he's done. There's the Hadi Digital, Hadi Trust Digital Library, and this is a group of librarians that created a consortium, again, of bringing together resources. The Internet Library, which some of you may know in the Wayback Machine, is actually a digital library of internet sites. So you want to see how, if you ever wanted to do research on how missions of organizations have changed over time, you could go back. Of course, you could look at really old websites and see how they were. A couple years ago, they talked about 240 billion web pages. Today, the number is 432. So again, the number, billions of pages, web pages out there, and we want everybody here to contribute to that growing list of web pages for your various projects. So when you look at global public digital archaeology, it is changing our ways of knowledge and how that knowledge is disseminated by being interactive. And I want to emphasize that involvement of the senses, because I think that's a big area of where things will expand in the future. It's trying to have all knowledge available to all people. You've heard of all the constraints that might happen, and again, the connectivity. It's changing our questions that can be asked. It's fundamentally changing what we can look at in terms of research questions. We can ask big picture questions, we can do comparative research, and dealing with big data. And it is changing the way research is conducted and funded, with greater involvement of lots of different scholars, many disciplines, the public, and new partners. And the funding models are always up for discussion, because the past model was that if you used whatever that product of scholarly knowledge is, you paid for it. Now it's moving to a model, not always, if you create it, you pay for it, and then everybody else has it for free. And that model has certain implications. You heard us, there was a discussion of one journal, well, it was a pretty low level getting in, $500. I can guarantee that for most graduate students, that's a journal they would never publish in, because that's a barrier. So then there has to be other ways to support that type of funding so that the knowledge could be available to many other people. And I would be remiss if I didn't end and say that, we have been presenting a very, we love this digital world. All of us, the faculty members, we're in it for a wide variety of reasons. But there are current, future issues that will be coming up and will be very important. Privacy, self-censorship, and recreating ourselves. So privacy is something that we'll probably talk a lot about even in next year. Some seminar or next year's institute, but there is even Ithaca is doing one of their next conferences is on data, value, and privacy. So you know that that's becoming a topic. Self-censorship. When you're out in the open, how much do you close down about yourself? What is it that you really want to be open when you're saying you're open? We heard a few people making comments. This is live streaming. Okay, what do I not say because it's live streaming? What am I saying in other contexts where it's possible? And then this whole thing of recreating ourselves. We love to see, oh, I like this, and then, you know what? All these other things come up, and you know what? I really like those as well. Wow, this is just wonderful. And all I've done is been in the cycle of my own world of who I think I am and what I like, and hearing only those things that that reinforce and make it seem as though I have a very good idea and opinion on this, and I'm seeing it everywhere else. So it's just really breaking out of that, and I think that's a little bit harder to do in a digital sphere, just because of how things are, the algorithms, and just pulling you closer and closer, and doing things. A wonderful post, and I could say by Doug Gann, just this morning, saying he just went somewhere, went to a place, had a conversation with someone about a topic, and then a face-to-face talk, and the next thing, there were all the things online suggesting, it was a little creepy, but he said maybe it was geolocation, that they were looking at various things that tried to tack on to what he was actually talking about in a private conversation, but someone else knew. So, as you go into the future, what do you need to do? Eat, so you can make thoughtful decisions. You need to play, so you can expand that whole universe of your thought. And you need to focus, so you know your priorities. So do that 90-minute focus on one topic, and then you could take 20, 30 minutes. It sounds crazy, but people have talked about greater productivity in the end on that. And then finally, you'll see I have a whole slide of other sources that you will not find on the bottom of each slide, but just some additional sources. And questions on all of this. I can't wait to see your published products.
We've got a little time for questions. Of course, you can always order questions.
It's more of an observation or comment. I appreciate that you brought up the recreating ourselves, and I want to maybe push that it's probably embedded in what you're talking about, but push it also in a direction. And I worry about this working in international contexts. So the idea of the kinds of rubrics and understandings, the kind of legacy of archaeology as a colonial enterprise in international contexts. And the way in which we inadvertently potentially carry some of that forward in terms of the digital projects, digital media, and it's kind of an inchoate thought at this point, but it's just a vague worry that I have in terms of thinking about the reflexivity that we've been trying to build into our work, that we need to be engaging reflexively in what we're doing, not just in terms of the content of these projects, but also the layout, the aspects, the way in which knowledge is organized on websites, or what we choose to highlight. So I think that's part of this kind of recreating ourselves thing that we need to be thoughtful about.
So how would you not do that? How would you not recreate?
I think you don't not do it. I think you have to be thoughtful about it. So, and part of that is the dialogue with and the openness perhaps to input to collaborators, colleagues, communities, and so on, to the pushback on some of what we're doing.
You know, we've used the word collaborators and collaboration a lot, and I just recently was reading something. This was from a Native American perspective, and it was, we don't want to be collaborators, we want to be partners. And collaborators is still an uneven relationship, just in that terms. And it really has gotten me thinking of what does it mean to be partners if it's equal, if you're looking at equal partners in something. Very different from I'm collaborating with you. You know, again, you become the project manager, the person who has to make everything happen. And that, even though you're collaborating, it's not creating this partnership.
Yeah, so knowledge partners. I think
Knowledge partners, sure. Yeah.
I guess I'm just putting it out there as something that is worrying me about the kind of project that I'm engaging in, what gets carried forward, and potentially with the best of intentions, but not inadvertently in some sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Following up on both of these things, working in Belize, I want to get information out to the community. So, how do they receive information? How do they communicate? They communicate a lot. Those who have technology, it's usually a cell phone, and it's because they never had phones. They don't have, but they have cell phones, that don't rely on a lot of infrastructure, and then those people who don't, so that's the way, so this idea of open source things that people can access on a cell phone, on an iPhone or an Android is really important. And then still, there's the old, kind of, we can't forget the face-to-face, and I think this is where 3D prints and face-to-face meetings still, there's still an element of that, we can't forget that, but I think we need to think about how, wherever we are working in the world, how those people obtain knowledge and try to access that.
That's a good point. And certainly mobile technology is becoming where you should be, or where the world is going in that. But then that's going to morph perhaps into the wearable technology, to something else.
Okay, why don't we take a short break, say 5 minutes for people to sort of stretch a bit. Like I said, I want to try to recapture a little bit of time so we can try to get out of here earlier while still maintaining the integrity of all the talks. So we'll say 5 minutes, come back here, and we'll turn it over
Yes.
at the Modern Language Association. Planned obsolescence, publishing technology, and the future with the Academy.
Thanks. So a couple of little bits of background before I launch into this thing. The first of which is to say that I am about as outside your field as anyone in the room. I think I am not, nor have I ever been in archaeology. So bear in mind that a lot of what I'm going to be talking about is coming from my own perspective in literary studies. But I think has some broad applicability to a lot of the things that you'll be working on as you go forward, and a lot of the things that you'll encounter out in other parts of the academy. So I bring you greetings from the humanities and from the especially book-based, single author-oriented fields in the humanities that have been working in some very particular traditional ways for a very long time and see very little reason to change those ways. What I'm talking about in this talk and in planned obsolescence, which Chris referred to earlier, is some changes that are starting to take root both within the sort of structures of the academy and the ways that things get done, and within the needs of scholars themselves that are getting even the more hidebound fields to start thinking about the need for new modes of scholarly communication. This talk, I will confess, is an overview, which means that it's somewhat long on polemic and you know, a whole bunch of different points, and somewhat shorter on detail and like actually backing up its arguments. So I'd be happy to dig into anything later on. This afternoon in the workshop-y part, I'm actually going to do some stuff with Comment Press, which Chris mentioned, so we can dig a little bit further into that, and I'll also point you towards some other tools for doing the kinds of more networked, socially oriented writing and publishing that I'm sort of pressing toward in this talk. So all of that as prefatory material. The talk starts, as most good talks in literary studies do, with epigraphs. The first of which, that was the first, comes from Cass Sunstein. And in many cases, traditions last not because they are excellent, but because influential people are averse to change and because of the sheer burdens of transition to a better state. This one usually produces in faculty audiences sort of rueful chuckles. Yeah, we sort of recognize that, alas. The second is Lindsay Waters' Enemies of Promise. There is no way to stop the shakeup of the university press system from happening. It has already begun. You will have seen in recent news the closure and then sort of reopening, but kind of not really without their staff, of University of Akron Press. This is happening with presses around the country as the landscape of scholarly publishing really begins to shift. So the stuff that I'm here to talk with you about today is work that I've been doing over the better part of the last decade. And it's been future-oriented in the main, but it nonetheless starts with the past. In no small part because, as I suggest, certain aspects of the ways that scholars in the U.S. have traditionally worked, particularly in the humanities, in those single-author, book-based fields, are rapidly becoming obsolete. Now, when I say this, though, when I say that these ways of working are becoming obsolete, I don't mean to suggest that we're facing the death of the book, for instance. Only that certain aspects of the Academy's conventional reliance on the book as a primary form of scholarly communication aren't serving us as well as they might once have. In fact, the argument that I made in my own first book, which was entitled The Anxiety of Obsolescence, the American Novel in the Age of Television, was precisely that the so-called death of the novel that had been talked about for decades wasn't at all based in material fact, right? But was instead an ideological claim that was specifically designed in order to ensure that the novel continued as a protected scholarly form. Right? This continues to be true, I think. Neither the novel nor the book more broadly, nor even print in general, are in any sense dying forms. But claims of this demise, that print is dying, that the book is dying, are often used as a means of creating what I like to think of as a sort of cultural wildlife preserve, right? This protected space within which the book or the novel as a form can continue to flourish without the same threat from predatory forms of newer media that they perceive. Now, I bring this first book project up in no small part because of what happened when I'd finished the manuscript. This project had originally begun its life as my dissertation. I had done all of the work of revision that I was supposed to do. I had interest from presses when I sent it out, and quite honestly, I'd assumed that publishing a book that made the argument that the book was not a dying form wouldn't be that hard, right? That somebody out there might actually want to see this argument get into circulation. But what I hadn't counted on was the effect that the .com crash, and I mean the first one, the 2001, was going to have on university presses. And it took nearly a year for me to find a press that was willing to consider the project, as university press after university press told me how much they really liked it, but that they just couldn't afford to publish it. So finally, I found a willing press, and in December 2003, after the manuscript had been under review by that press for 10 months, I received an email message from the editor, and the news was, alas, not good. The press was declining to publish the book. But the note, which was as encouraging as rejection can ever be, stressed that insofar as fault could be attributed, it lay not with the manuscript but with the climate. The editor told me that the press had gotten 2 really enthusiastically positive external readers' reports, and the editor was likewise supportive of the project, but the marketing department overruled him on the editorial board, declaring that the book posed too much financial risk to pursue in the current economy. Now, this particular cause for rejection prompted 2 immediate responses, one of which was most clearly articulated by my mother, who said, "They were planning on making money off of your book?" The fact is they were, right? Not much, perhaps, but that the press involved needed the book to make money, right? And or at least enough to return its costs, and then it doubted that it would. Highlights what has been one of the most significant problems facing academic publishing over the last couple of decades, an utterly insupportable economic model. Now, just to backtrack for a second, university presses in the United States were founded in the 19th and 20th centuries as a means of distributing the work that was being produced by university-based scholars precisely because there was no market for that work. Right? So commercial publishers refused to take it on. So in order to get scholars' work into circulation, universities had to take on the responsibility for reproducing and circulating it, and they often just gave it away for free to other universities' libraries in exchange for the work that was happening at those institutions. And so gradually, over the course of the first half of the 20th century, these university presses gain an audience, and in the process of doing so, they become professionalized, right? Becoming revenue centers on their campuses rather than service organizations. And as a result, market values all but inevitably came to be applied to the circulation of scholarship, and from almost that moment, the discussion of the crisis in scholarly publishing was born. Now, though these problems have been building for a long time, things suddenly get much, much worse right after the dot-com bubble bursts in 2000. Now, it comes to seem a little bit like foreshadowing of what happens in 2008, but as the stock market takes a nosedive, university budgets follow, and among the academic units whose budgets took the hardest hits in this particular instance were university presses and university libraries. And of course, the cuts in funding for university libraries represent a further budget cut for presses, as numerous libraries, which were already straining under the exponentially rising costs of journal subscriptions, managed the cutbacks by reducing the numbers of monographs that they purchased, right? They can't eliminate the journal subscriptions, and the commercial publishers that are buying up all of those journals have a lock on that market. So where is their fungibility? It's in books. Fewer books get bought, and so presses, run into this problem, right? The result of this cutback in the purchase of books for many university users is really only a slightly longer wait to get a hold of whatever it is you need, as most libraries begin turning to consortial arrangements for collection sharing, right, that allow them to borrow things from one another, but the result for presses was devastating. So imagine for a university press of the caliber of Harvard's, the expectation for decades had been that they could count on every institution in the University of California system buying a copy of every book that they published. Right? Since 2001, the rule increasingly became that one library in that system would buy a copy of that book. And today, even that's not a certainty, given the systems of demand-driven acquisition that are being implemented at many libraries. So the result of this, as this happens at system after system all around the country, is that by 2004, Jennifer Crew, who's the director of Columbia University Press, noted that sales of monographs to libraries had already fallen to less than a third of what they had been a decade before. And that's 2004, right? So you can imagine what things probably look like today, a full decade of crisis later. So library cutbacks in purchasing result in vastly reduced sales for presses at exactly the same moment when severe cutbacks in the percentage of university press budgets that are provided through institutional subsidies have made those presses more and more dependent on those sales for their survival. The average university press today receives well under 10% of its annual budget from its institution. Those that get 10% are really kind of grateful for it at this point. And even that small percentage is being withdrawn in the current funding climate. Again, witness Akron. The only thing that was being funded there by the university was staff salaries. It was like 3 staff members. And everything else was funded by sales from the press. So it's for this reason, among others, that I've argued that the financial model under which university press publishing operates is just simply not sustainable into the future. And in fact, a foretaste of that likely future has been visible as we've seen these presses like Akron and others being threatened with being shut down by their institutions, and as many of those presses that survive have been required to reduce the number of titles that they publish each year, or at least the fields in which they're willing to publish these days. And as increasingly marketing concerns come, of absolute necessity to be up there with scholarly merit in making publishing decisions. Okay? So in my own personal case, things turn out well. The book finally did get picked up by another smaller university press, one with a larger subsidy and thus more modest sales expectations. And the book actually managed to exceed those expectations and, met the expectations of the press that had declined it. So it would have been fine, but I'm not bitter or anything. Anyway, despite the fact that The Anxiety of Obsolescence actually does finally successfully get published, my experience of this moment in the crisis in academic publishing led me to start rethinking my earlier argument, right, that the book was not a dying form. Maybe there is a particular form of book, the academic book, that is threatened with a certain kind of obsolescence. Now, even so, this is not to say that the academic book is dead, right? These books are still published in great numbers, if not exactly the numbers that we need them to be published in order to serve all our hiring and tenure requirements. And they still sell, if not exactly in the numbers that the presses need them to in order to support themselves. I mean, the academic book is in this really curious state, one which I think might usefully complicate some conventional associations of obsolescence with the death of this or that cultural form. For while the academic book is no longer really truly viable as a primary mode of scholarly communication, it's nonetheless in many fields in the U.S. still required in order to get tenure. If anything, the academic book isn't dead, it's arguably sort of undead, right? Exercising a power over the ways that we work without really truly being alive. Now, if this is the case, right, if the academic book is undead, what do we do with it? Now, there is a real question to be asked at this point about how far I really want to carry this metaphor. The suggestion that contemporary academic publishing is governed by a kind of zombie logic, for instance, might be read as indicating that these old forms refuse to stay put in their graves, but instead walk the earth. rotting in putrescent, wholly devoid of consciousness, eating the brains of the living, and susceptible to nothing but decapitation. And this might seem like a little bit of an over-response. But on the other hand, I think it's worth thinking a little bit about the extensive scholarship in media studies on the figure of the zombie, which is often understood to act as a stand-in for the narcotized subject of capitalism, particularly at those moments when capitalism's contradictions become most apparent. I mean, if there is a relationship between the figure of the zombie and the subject of late capital, the cultural anxiety that figure marks is currently, with reason, totally off the charts. So far off the charts, in fact, that some have begun to grow weary of the zombie's proliferation as metaphor in contemporary culture. Now, I do still think it's a useful one, however, precisely because of its viral spread. Zombies are everywhere for a reason, and not least within the academy, as we not only find our ways of communicating increasingly threatened with a kind of death in life, but we also find our livelihoods themselves decreasingly lively, as the liberal arts are overtaken by the study of supposedly more pragmatic fields, as a growing culture of assessment requires us to spend more time accounting for our work and less actually doing the work itself, and as tenure-track faculty lines in U.S. institutions are rapidly being replaced with more contingent forms of labor, and too many newly minted PhDs are finding themselves without the job opportunities they need to survive. No, I don't want to install a Java update right now. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Come back, Keynote. Thank you. Wow, that was strange. Computer did not like me talking so much about zombies, apparently. No, just to be clear, I'm not attempting to suggest that the survival of the academy requires us to put the current system of academic publishing firmly in its grave. But I'm also not being wholly facetious, because I do want to suggest that there are certain aspects of academic publishing as we know it that are neither quite as alive, useful, functional, vibrant as they might be, nor quite as dead, purposeless, ignored as might be convenient for our purposes. It's likely that we could, in fact, get along fine for the most part with the undead of academic publishing, as studies of undead media forms like radio and the vinyl LP indicate that obsolete forms like these have long gone on to productive media afterlives. But one key difference between those cases and the case of the academic book is that the book is not being driven out of the marketplace by a newer, shinier form, right? In fact, we don't yet have a good replacement for the kind of work that the book has done in scholarly life. So it's important for us to consider what the book is and isn't doing for us, right? What the ways that it remains vibrant and vital, and the ways that it's sort of haunting us from beyond the grave. But a few distinctions first. The obsolescence that I would suggest the academic book is facing is not primarily material, right? Any more than is the obsolescence of the novel. I mean, a radical shift to all digital delivery within the current structures of academic publishing would not do enough to revive the form. I mean, however much I personally would insist, as you all have been working toward in lots of obvious ways, that we in the humanities in particular have to move beyond our singular focus on producing ink on paper or its PDF surrogate to really understand and take advantage of the affordances of pixels on screens. A simple move, nonetheless, away from print and toward electronic distribution within the current structures of academic publishing will not be enough to bail the system out. As printing, storing, distributing, all that stuff that the material requires of the form of the book only represents a small fraction of its current production costs, less than a third, in fact. And of course, the digital brings with it its own costs of production, storage, and maintenance that have to be accounted for. Not to mention that, as many have pointed out, digital work may be more susceptible to a kind of material obsolescence than is print. But even that obsolescence needs further thought. I mean, on the one hand, there's the kind of digital obsolescence that you encounter if you try to read a first-generation hypertext like Michael Joyce's Afternoon on a Mac these days, which is all but impossible unless you happen to have preserved or are able to emulate the system on which it originally ran. Technological progress creates an enormous problem for digital preservation, which, as I understand, you will be talking about some next year. That is the subject of significant investment in research, and much, much more needs to be done in this area. But on the other hand, certain kinds of digital texts also reveal unexpected persistences, right? Things that linger in ways that we don't exactly expect. One might think, for instance, about the form of the blog, right, which seems to be a perfectly ephemeral form. Each post sort of scrolls down the front page and off into the archives. And yet that apparent ephemerality bears within it a really surprising durability, and thanks both to the technologies of searching, filtering, and archiving that have developed across the web, as well as to the networked conversations that for a long time kept the archives of those blogs in play. Now, blogs do die, individual blogs, when their authors stop posting, sometimes when they're deleted. There is an argument to be made that the blog as a form is a dying form now because of the rise of other sorts of publishing technologies. But nonetheless, those blogs, even when they're apparently dead, they still persist, right, in archives and in caches, and they still continue to draw readers in through old links and search engines. There is a form of obsolescence that's engineered into the structure of the blog itself, but this kind of ephemerality is misleading. Right? Our interactions with these texts keep them alive long after they've died. So on the one hand, I want to hold up alongside that sense of what digital writing online can do and the kinds of interactions that it can produce. Alongside that, let's look at the academic book. Which I would argue faces an obsolescence that's really not primarily material, again, but instead institutional, that arises from the environment and the structures within which it's being produced. That is to say, that if there is something that's obsolete about the book, it's not its content, right? Despite my general conviction that the book itself should not be the make or break form for tenure in the humanities, there is nonetheless still a kind of large-scale synthetic thinking that gets done in book form that remains important to the development of scholarship. So it's not that the book's content is obsolete, it's also not that the book's form is obsolete, right? The pages still turn perfectly well. What has ceased to function, again, in that book is the system itself, the ways that the book comes into being. Now, I mentioned earlier that the message that I had received from that press, declining my book on financial grounds, had received two immediate responses. The first of which was my mother's bewildered disbelief. And the second response came from my colleague Matt Kirschenbaum, who left a comment on a blog post of mine saying that he couldn't understand why I couldn't simply take the manuscript and the two positive readers' reports and put the whole thing online, right? Voila, peer-reviewed publication, where it would likely garner a readership both wider and larger than the same manuscript in print would. In fact, he went on to say, I completely understand why that's not realistic, and I'm not seriously advocating it. Nor am I suggesting that we all become our own online publishers, at least not unless that's part of a continuum of different options. But the point is, the system's broken, and it's time we got busy fixing it. What ought to count is peer review and scholarly merit, not the physical form in which the text is ultimately delivered. So this conversation with Matt in 2003, and a number of other conversations that I had in the ensuing months, convinced me finally to stop thinking about scholarly publishing as this system that I would just sort of put my work into and publications would come out the other end of, and instead approach that system, as the object of the work that I was doing. I mean, really attempting to think seriously about the institutional models and the material forms through which scholarship might best circulate today. So about the time that I started what was originally a pretty vague set of discussions about the possibility of founding an all-electronic scholarly press and what that might look like, the Modern Language Association began to report back on the work of its task force on evaluating scholarship for tenure and promotion. And the recommendations of that task force included a strong call to departments to give serious consideration to articles published by tenure candidates, right? Doesn't seem all that revolutionary, except in literary studies, where the book is the gold standard, right? This is a real attempt to decenter the book in that fashion, and to communicate to administrations a much broader range of acceptable venues for publication for tenure candidates. And the task force also urged those departments to acknowledge that scholarship of many different varieties was taking place online, and to evaluate that scholarship without media-related bias. Right? Now, these were, for those of us who were working in these kinds of areas at this point, extremely important recommendations, but the general response of the field to those recommendations was, easier said than done. In part, it's the standard academic mode of keeping up with the Joneses, right? As soon as Harvard is willing to accept 6 articles from a tenure candidate, everybody else will say that that's okay too. But until Harvard does, if Harvard still wants a book, everybody else wants a book. But even beyond that, right, that it wasn't just about that sort of academic comparison, which is an issue. These recommendations called for a really substantive rethinking, not just of the processes through which the Academy tenures its faculty, but in the ways that the faculty do their work in the first place, right? This was asking tenured scholars not just to think differently about their junior colleagues' work, but about their own work, and why they worked in the ways that they do, how they communicate their work, how their work is read both inside and outside the Academy. And this kind of change, it can't simply be technological. We can't just sort of take what we've been doing and put it online and say, okay, we're done, it's taken care of. The change really has to be social and institutional at its heart. It has to change the ways that scholars understand themselves in the act of doing their work. And this is not easy. So this kind of social and institutional change became the focus of the 2 projects that I was working on at this point, both of which were really aimed at creating that change in thinking about what scholars do and why, that I think is necessary for the survival of scholarly communication in the humanities as we go forward. Well, the first of these projects was Media Commons, which is a digital scholarly network focused on media studies. It's at mediacommons.futureofthebook.org, which my colleague Avi Santo and I co-founded in, I guess it was 2008, with support from the Institute for the Future of the Book, the Office of Digital Humanities at the NEH, and the NYU Digital Library Technology Services Group. So Media Commons has worked over the last 7 years to become a space in which the multiplicity of conversations in and about media studies that are taking place online could be brought together, right, through a range of projects that experiment with the form, the weight, and the time signature of scholarly communication. And the longest running of the Media Commons projects is called In Media Res, which asks 5 scholars a week to comment very briefly on some current media text as a means of opening up discussion about the issues that it presents for scholars, students, practitioners, and activists alike. Similarly, we have a project called The New Everyday, which brings together clusters of scholars who are working on particular issues together, but brings them together in dialogue. Right? The project is an experiment in what we have been thinking of as middle state publishing. So we're focused here on articles that are slightly more formal and developed than the blog post, but not yet sealed into the sort of fixity of the journal article. Alt Academy, similarly, remediates the edited volume or the journal as the space for lengthier ongoing discussion about a particular issue. And Media Commons Press has been publishing longer texts for open discussion, some of which are moving through this digital phase on their way to a primary life in print, such as the experiment in open review that we conducted on behalf of Shakespeare Quarterly, or the serialization of Jason Mattel's recent book, Complex TV, which has just come out in print not too long ago from NYU. Now, other projects that Media Commons Press has been working with are meant to have a primarily digital existence, right? The form that you find here is the form that the project is meant to live in. For me, though, as we started thinking about media commons, that'll show you how long ago it was. My hair back then was a little different. The primary importance for me was thinking about the social connections that a network like this could aim to build among scholars in the field. Right? Not so much the results of my particular work or your particular work existing within this network, but instead getting scholars into discussion and communication with one another, and even possibly collaborating on new kinds of projects going forward. And so we wanted the platform to have at its core a peer network that would enable scholars to use their profiles to gather together the work that they were doing across the web, to provide citations for offline work, to create a digital portfolio that would present a sort of professional snapshot of their scholarly identities. Now, working on this project taught me several things that I sort of knew already but hadn't ever fully internalized. One of which was that any software development project will inevitably take far longer than you could possibly predict at the outset. And the second, and actually far more important, is that no matter how slowly such software development work projects move, the rate of change within the academy is positively glacial by comparison. And it was my need to advocate for that kind of change that led to the other project, which is the one that I'm mostly talking from today, Planned Obsolescence. While numerous publications over the last decade and a half have argued for the need for new systems and practices in scholarly publishing, including, just to name two, which I think are really fabulous, John Walensky's The Access Principle and Christine Borgman's Scholarship in the Digital Age. Nonetheless, no matter how useful and helpful these projects have been, the arguments of these books too often fail to account for the fundamentally conservative nature of academic institutions in the U.S. and of the academics that comprise them. And in the main, we are extraordinarily resistant to changes in our ways of working. And it's not without reason that a senior colleague of mine once joked to me that the motto of my institution, one that I think could be usefully extended to many institutions in the academy, could well have been, "We have never done it that way before." Right? Or as Donald Hall has put it, scholars often resist applying the critical skills that we bring to our subject matter to an examination of the textuality of our own profession, its scripts, values, biases, and behavioral norms. And this kind of self-criticism, it's a risky endeavor. And those of us who've been privileged enough to succeed within the existing system are often either reluctant to bite the hand that feeds us or, sort of privileged enough to be blind to those kinds of biases because we have succeeded. Therefore, everything must work just fine. But changing our technologies, changing our ways of doing research, changing our modes of production and distribution of the results of this research, it's all happening regardless. And it may well be crucial to the continued vitality of the academy, but before those changes in technological systems to really take root, there has to first be a profound change in the ways of thinking of scholars themselves. Until scholars genuinely believe that publishing on the web is just as valuable as publishing in print, and even more importantly, until they believe that their institutions believe it too, publishing on the web is going to remain marginal, undervalued, and risky, right? So what I've been interested in then is not just the technological changes that many believe are necessary to allow scholarly communication to flourish into the future, but again, those social, intellectual, and institutional changes that need to pave the way for broad acceptance of those new technologies. And in order for those new modes of communication to become broadly accepted, scholars in their institutions have to take a new look at the mission of the university, why we're doing this stuff in the first place, the goals of scholarly publishing, and the processes through which scholars conduct their work. We need to collectively consider what these new technologies have to offer, not just in terms of reducing the cost of publishing or increasing access to publications. These are both crucial issues that we need to pay way more attention to. But instead, beyond this, we have to consider the ways that the new technologies with which we're in daily, intimate interaction are beginning to change the ways that we research. They're changing the ways that we write, and they're changing the ways that we review. And it's that first, the structures of peer review, that I've argued that we really have to start with. Not least because over the course of developing Media Commons, in every meeting and panel discussion and conference that we participated in, every single conversation that we had came back to the question of peer review. And no wonder, right? I guess concerns about peer review and how it functions are understandable in that it is in some sense the sine qua non of the academy. I mean, we use it in almost every aspect of the ways that we work, from hiring decisions through promotion and tenure reviews, in both internal and external grant and fellowship competitions, and of course in publishing. And the work that we do as scholars is repeatedly subjected to a series of vetting processes that enable us to indicate that the results of our work have been scrutinized by authorities in the field and that those results are therefore themselves authoritative. But I also want to suggest that the current system of peer review is in fact part of what's broken. There is a rather extraordinary literature available, mostly in the sciences and the social sciences, on the problems with conventional peer review, its flaws, its biases, and so forth. And I would argue that just about every scholar, if they're going to be honest with you, will acknowledge that they have had direct personal experience of those flaws. Whether it's the peer review that entirely misses the point, right, the review that must somehow be personally motivated, or actually, perhaps worse, the peer review that we never get to see. Right? And so for such an imperfect system, peer review as we know it requires an astonishing amount of labor on our part, for which we can never receive anything that really looks like credit. So when Matt Kirschenbaum says, as he did, that what ought to count is peer review and scholarly merit, not the physical form in which the text is ultimately delivered, I agree. But at the same time feel quite strongly that the system of peer review that we know today could be vastly improved, and particularly for a networked environment, for a whole host of reasons that I'll dig into in a little bit. I really want us to take a closer look, in other words, at what it is that we mean when we say peer review, what it is we expect peer review to accomplish for us, and whether there might be ways that peer review conducted online might better serve those purposes. Now, one of the problems with using our current model of peer review in digital publishing, one of the reasons why that traditional mode doesn't work for the networked environment, is a really fundamental misalignment between the net native means through which authority is determined online and what Mario Biagioli has referred to as the disciplinary technology of peer review, which is a decidedly Foucauldian form of self-policing that regulates knowledge through discipline. Now, the problem with simply transferring this form to the networked world is in no small part that the network has its own means of working. Right? We know in the traditional publishing process with conventional pre-publication peer review that work that has been through that process must be somehow worthwhile and authoritative, precisely because that work exists. Right? If it has made it through the process, if it has been published, distinction has been conferred upon it. In the networked world, the existence of the stuff doesn't tell you very much about it at all, except that it's there. And as you know, with digital projects, there isn't that same sort of separation between the writing phase and the publication phase. Writing and publication all become this one process. So there isn't a moment at which, one can really say, reviewers have approved this, it therefore has the seal of approval. Where the seal of approval comes from, where the mark of distinction comes from, is in the use of that project, in the ways that its community interacts with it, which is a radical, radical shift in the ways that the network confers authority and distinction. So the placement of conventional peer review prior to selection in the traditional process indicates that it serves a primarily gatekeeping function. Right? One that allows certain kinds of ideas to thrive and other kinds of ideas not to. And that's arguably necessary in print, precisely because of those economics that we talked about. Only so many books, so many journals, so many pages can be published each year. However, in the digital, this kind of scarcity, that material scarcity, is over. Right? Because anyone can publish anything online, and at least from a perspective that values the free and open communication of the products of scholarly research, not only can but should. We face instead an extraordinary plenitude. And for this reason, I argue that what digital scholarly publishing needs to develop is not a means of applying the current system of peer review to new modes of work in order to be able to produce a sort of artificial scarcity. But instead, we need to focus our efforts on really thinking about what a net native system that enables us to cope with abundance might look like. Now, as it is, increasing numbers of scholars are either self-publishing their work through blogs or other kind of publishing networks, or they're forming new projects like Media Commons. And in many cases, these kinds of publications are having a far greater impact on the scholarly community than their traditional peer-reviewed print-based publications are. And it's certainly true in my case. All of my first citations and lecture invitations and other forms of public recognition for the stuff that I was doing stemmed not from my journal articles or from that book, but from the work that I was doing on my blog. Now, of course, these new modes of publishing still demand some kind of assessment, right? We have to be able to put that into the pipeline for all of those personnel type evaluations for tenure and so forth. But that assessment need not necessarily come before publication, right? It might come after the fact. And for that reason, peer review online might fruitfully include an open post-publication means of review that doesn't determine whether a text should be published, right? It's already out there. But instead measures how it has been and how it should be received, what its place in the ecosystem of scholarly communication is, and what kinds of responses it's provoked. And a system like this would have the effect of shifting the center of gravity of peer review for online scholarship from regulation to communication, right? Transforming peer review into a mechanism for more fluid and productive ongoing exchanges among peers. And I think not incidentally, it could have the effect of transforming peer review into a system in which the work of reviewing itself became visible as work. Right? And the reviews themselves became part of the scholarly record. So that instead of that idea that comes into an article courtesy of anonymous reviewer number 2, whose work we never see, seeing the moment of discussion online at which that idea comes into being could be crucial to future forms of genealogical criticism that really attempt to excavate what's going on in our fields. So what I argue is that we need to develop a system of peer-to-peer review, right? One that takes advantage of networked publishing's capacity for discussion and dialogue, as well as of what Michael Jensen has called the new metrics of scholarly authority, which include things like hits and downloads, of course, but also more qualitative stuff like comments and inbound links, which reveal how web-based texts get used. And that collectively, all of this stuff might provide a post-publication mode of filtering the wealth of content that should be made available via networked publishing. I mean, after all, despite what I said earlier, scarcity does linger in internet-based communication. It's just that for the most part, what has become scarce is time and attention, right, rather than the mere materials of production. So what internet-based scholarly publishing requires is not gatekeepers, but, as has been said many times, filters. Right? Systems that allow a community of scholars working with and responding to one another to set and maintain their own standards, whatever they might be, to guide one another to the best work that's being done in their fields. So Planned Obsolescence came out in print from NYU Press in 2011. But in order to put my money, or at least my metaphorical money, where my mouth was, I put the entire draft manuscript online for open review in 2009. This was not a perfect process, but it had some really great benefits, one of which was, of course, that I was able to discuss the project with people much earlier in its course of development than usually happens. And I also had reviewers who were talking about the text with one another. Right, and disagreeing on certain points. I was able to see some of that kind of happening live, which was great. I also have a lot of information about the text, which I would not have had in any conventional review process. I know that in the first 9 months after the project launched, it had over 31,000 page loads, 12,000 unique visitors came by for the first time, and more than 3,300 of them came back. 44 unique commenters left a total of 295 comments, and the project was also written about and linked to in more than 20 venues around the internet, including a review article in a scholarly journal. Right? I mean, book reviews don't come out for years after the physical thing is, and the book wasn't even out, and there was a review article, which was great. It was also taught in that same 9-month period in at least 4 graduate seminars and 1 undergraduate seminar that I know about. I want to place that alongside the fact that the average scholarly press monograph in the humanities sells well fewer than 400 copies over its lifetime. Now, numbers are, of course, not everything, but they're nonetheless still significant, particularly when coupled with that more qualitative ability to see the reception of the text in action. However, an online review process like this one produces some complications, not least for our notion of what publication is and what purposes it serves. One could ask whether my book was in fact published in 2009, and whether and when NYU released the revised edition in 2011, whether that was in fact a second edition. What is the status now of the online version since the print version has been revised? What kind of relationship is there between the reader's comments in the online version and the ways that I've incorporated them in the print version? I mean, these are the kinds of questions that I think a broadly implemented peer-to-peer review system will inevitably require us to think about, including thinking in new ways about the nature of authorship itself and what it is we're doing as we write. In no small part because these new modes of review will almost certainly necessitate a turn from thinking about academic publishing as being focused on the production and dissemination of individual products, right? To instead imagining a system that's focused more broadly on facilitating the processes of scholarly work, right? The time and effort that's required to maintain this sort of gift economy driven system of peer-to-peer review will really require scholars to place some of their primary emphasis on not on their own individual work and achievements, but instead on the advancement of the community as a whole. And this kind of collectivity is totally utopian, and to a significant degree, it goes completely against all of our training as scholars, and particularly within the humanities, where we honestly believe that what we accomplish alone. Right? Or so it seems to us at least. I mean, Roland Barthes told us back in 1967 that no text is a single line of words, but that each instead is a fabric of quotations. I mean, we have long in literary studies acknowledged the contested nature of the author in theory, but not so much about what that proclamation might mean for our own practice as authors. Now, I do want to emphasize, as I need to every time I give this talk, that I am not suggesting that we need to prepare to part with all the lines on our CVs that are the result of our authorship, and that everything will be collectively authored from here forward. I do want to suggest, though, that digital networks, as structures that facilitate interaction, communication, interconnection, that they're going to require us to think differently about what it is we're doing as we write. I mean, as that example of the blog might suggest, communities really best engage with one another around writing that's open rather than closed, right? That's in process rather than concluded and sealed into a kind of fixity. So new publishing systems that foreground that process are likely going to encourage us to publish, for whatever value of publish you like, work earlier in its development. I mean, at what has in my field traditionally been the conference paper stage, for instance. And then to remain engaged with those things that we publish for much longer after they've been released to readers. Now, this admittedly makes lots of scholars nervous. It makes me a little nervous about letting the messiness of our processes be seen, about the prospect of never really being fully done with a project. But it's worth considering, I think, why it is that we're doing the work in the first place. I mean, to the degree that scholarship is about participating in an exchange of ideas with one's peers, new networked publishing structures can facilitate that interaction, but will do so best if the discussion is allowed to remain open-ended. Now, this foregrounding of process is also likely going to require authors to be prepared to relinquish a certain degree of control over their texts. I mean, really letting go of that illusion that the work springs wholly from the individual intelligence, and instead acknowledging the ways that scholarship, even in those fields like my own in which sole authorship is the norm, I mean, that scholarship has always been collaborative. Right? The conversational structures of the web will inevitably intensify some of those collaborative relationships, and sometimes those relationships might even develop into actual co-authoring. But that it's not necessary that they will. But it is clear that we're going to need to develop new citational practices that acknowledge the work that our peers have done in participating in the development of our work. And along the way, we'll also need to think differently about originality in scholarly production, and recognizing that in a networked environment in which more and more and more discourse is constantly being made available, some of the most important work that scholars do may more closely resemble the kinds of contemporary editorial or curatorial practices for which in many fields one doesn't get credit as research, right? Is instead seen as being service. But that it may be absolutely crucial research practice to bring together and highlight and even remix significant ideas in existing texts. The crucial thing is that we have to find ways to allow these new modes of authorship, modes that are process-centered, that are collaborative, that are remix or editorially oriented, to count in our systems of evaluation. There are lots of other changes like these that are going to be required across the academic community for these sorts of new, genuinely networked publishing practices to take root. Publishers will have to think very differently about their business models, which may come over the coming years to focus more on the provision of services and less on the selling of objects. They'll need to think differently about editorial practices and acquisitions practices in particular, which may require a greater investment in guiding the development of projects from an earlier stage. And they'll also, for obvious reasons, need to think differently about the structures of texts themselves, which may become less linear and will undoubtedly become less uniformly textual in nature. Publishers will also need to think in concert with libraries about ways to ensure that the stuff that they're producing today will remain discoverable and accessible tomorrow, that preservation is a core focus of their systems of production, and that projects can degrade gracefully when necessary. And universities, in the broadest sense, are going to really need to seriously rethink the relationship between the library, the university press, the information technology center, and the academic units within the institution. Sort of reimagining the funding model under which publishing operates, and remembering that it was institutional purposes for which that publishing was invented to serve. Right? But also, and I think really crucially, reimagining the relationship between the academic institution and the surrounding culture. And as new systems of network knowledge production become increasingly prevalent and influential online, the university and the scholars who comprise it need to find ways to adapt those systems to our needs. And this is the point in the talk at which I start, doing the exhortation of my more conservative colleagues to let them know that we will run the risk of becoming increasingly irrelevant to the ways that contemporary culture produces and communicates authority if we don't find ways to embrace these new modes of knowledge production. So in the end, I would argue that we in the academy face today what is less a material obsolescence than an institutional one. The problem is not print itself, it's that we're caught in entrenched systems that simply don't serve our needs as well as they should. But because, we are those institutions, at least theoretically, the greatest challenge that we face is not the obsolescence itself, but our response to it. So like those novelists that 1,000,000 years ago I studied in my first book, who feel that their cultural centrality is being threatened by the rise of newer media forms, we can respond by shoring up the boundaries between ourselves and the open spaces of intellectual exchange on the internet. We can extol the virtues of the ways that things have always been done. And we can bemoan our marginalization in a culture that continues marching forward into the digital future. And in so doing, we can further undermine our influence on the main threads of intellectual discussion in contemporary public life. We can build supports for an undead system, and we can watch the rest of the academy become undead as well. Or we can continue to try to change. those ways that we communicate, the ways that our colleagues respond to the ways that we're communicating, the systems through which we attribute value to these new modes of communication, opening ourselves and our colleagues to the possibility that these new modes of publishing might enable not just more stuff to get published, but actually better stuff to get published. Not just an evasion of obsolescence, in other words, but a real new life for scholarly communication. I mean, the point is finally not whether any one particular technology, even the ones that I love that I'm going to talk some about this afternoon, can provide a viable future for us, but whether we have that institutional will to really commit to the development of the systems that will make that technology viable and keep it and ourselves viable into the future. Thank you.
If people don't mind, I would like to push questions to either sort of one-to-one or to after lunch, because I'm a little concerned about sort of lunch stuff and lunch stuff. Is that okay with you?
That is totally fine. In fact, I was going to suggest the same thing, and we will open with any questions that you have from this when we come back, and then go into some poking at comment press. See what you want to do.
Right, so we'll make it back here at 1:15, where we'll continue this exploration discussion. opportunity for questions, and then demo, show and tell, behind the scenes, kind of some of the sort of tools and platforms that facilitate this kind of stuff, the sort of things that she spoke about earlier. So I will turn it over to Kathleen to continue on.
Cool. So I'm going to start a little bit with where we were, Media Commons, which was, as I said before, the project that we launched in 2008. The Institute for the Future of the Book was our core supporter for this project. We got a little digital startup grant from the Office of Digital Humanities and a little bit of support elsewhere. The project is now actually housed in the Digital Library Technology Services Group in the NYU Library. They do the hosting and the maintenance for us on the back end of all of this. We are working with them to upgrade the site, which it could use pretty significantly. The site is running in Drupal, and I mention that primarily because of the difficulty of upgrading Drupal. We're in Drupal 6 here. Drupal 6 has been deprecated. We have got to get into 7. The process of getting into 7 has been a multi-year process of basically rebuilding the site from scratch in 7. It's been quite painful, and yet we're almost there. So, Media Commons will come to look a bit more modern fairly shortly, which we're super excited about. The one thing about it that I did want to show you, though, apropos of some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier, is one of our newest projects. I had mentioned in Media Res and several of the others that you see listed across the top here, but In Transition is a new journal that we launched about a year ago in conjunction with Cinema Journal. Cinema Journal is the primary journal for the Society of Cinema and Media Studies. And they worked with some folks from Media Commons, from our editorial group, to put together this new journal, which is, as you see here, a journal of videographic film and moving image studies. So this is scholars who are doing film criticism in film form. Right? They're producing videos about video. And it's produced some really interesting, both projects, both the videos that are being hosted here, and really interesting discussions about them. So again, this is another project in which we're really trying to think about not just the text, but also the discussion that sort of lives around the text and what we might learn from that discussion. In any event, I wanted to show this just because there are things that I didn't talk about in that last talk. Everything that I was focused on was really still text-oriented, right, and pretty much linear text-oriented, what it is to publish traditional forms of scholarship in new ways. There are other forms that are being produced as well. But one of the things that I took away from my life over several years with Media Commons was the need for a slightly less weighty platform, a slightly more lightweight and robust and migratable forward platform for doing this same kind of community work. My good friend Matt Gold at the University of New York at the Graduate Center had been working with a group there to build for the many CUNY campuses, which are spread out all around the city, a network called CUNY Academic Commons, which would permit faculty and graduate students from those institutions to connect with one another, share work, collaborate, do new kinds of stuff. And I watched the development of the Academic Commons, which is running in WordPress with the BuddyPress plugin. BuddyPress providing a sort of social networking layer on top of a multi-site WordPress blogging network. And I watched the development of the Academic Commons and started thinking about how that might be translatable to other kinds of communities that have interests in and needs to communicate with one another. And this led us to MLA Commons, which is the thing that I have been working on since 2011. We launched it in 2013 at our Boston convention. It's so been up and running for about 2.5 years. The MLA, you may know, is a very large scholarly society. We have 26,000 members spread out mostly across North America, but some around the world. They are in fields in all of the modern languages that you can imagine. They're in writing studies, they're in literary studies, they're in cultural studies. They're sort of, it's a very diverse population that we are serving. And much of the work of the organization gets done within subfield groups. There are what had been called our divisions and discussion groups, which are now called forums. The groups in which all of the scholars who are working in some particular subfield come together, create convention sessions, have certain kinds of conversations and publications and so forth. And it seemed to us that the CUNY Academic Commons model that they had built would be broadly applicable for the kind of thing that we're doing. So the CUNY group got some funding from the Sloan Foundation, which enabled them to take the work that they had been doing and package it up into a freely downloadable open source project called Commons in a Box. So if you haven't seen it, it's worth looking for. It is easily Googleable, Commons in a Box. It is basically a suite of plugins for a multi-site WordPress blog installation that allows
It's a suite, I apologize, but a
It's
suite of plugins
plugins for WordPress.
for WordPress.
Right. So that brings together BuddyPress with a bunch of other things that enables this kind of group interaction and discussion. And so I'm just going to show you a little bit of what MLA Commons is doing as we move sort of toward the possibilities of I don't know, what you can do with something that is as simple as WordPress. The Commons architecture has 3 main components to it. There are, first, I'll start here, individual profiles. Any member who joins the Commons can create both a public-facing profile, which this is mine, basically a CV-like structure that you can build and present links to all of your work and connect in interesting ways as a sort of public face of your work. It also, on the flip side, has the stuff that you're doing in the Commons with links to all of the various modes of interaction that you participate in. So the first level of the Commons is this ability, this personal profile that you can create. The second layer of it is the group. This is the BuddyPress component primarily of this network, which enables multiple members of a Commons site like this one to come together and to create a group that has a bulletin board discussion structure. This is all the discussions that are taking place here. It enables the sharing of files, the creation of multi-author docs, and a range of other kinds of interaction besides. And in this group structure within the Commons, groups can be public, like this one is, so that anybody on the internet can come along and see what's going on and read what's happening. You do still have to be logged in order to participate in the discussion, and because we are a member organization, you have to be an MLA member in order to log in to be able to participate in the discussion. But nonetheless, it is still open to reading by the public. There are also private groups in which people can see that the group is there and they can read about the group, but the work that the group is doing, you have to be logged in and be a member of the group in order to participate and see and to read what's happening. There are also hidden groups which are useful for behind-the-scenes staff conversations, right? They're groups that have all of the features of private groups, and in they're not being readable, they're not Google crawlable, they're not all of that, but they don't appear in lists, so they're completely hidden from view, and therefore completely private. So groups, lots of what happens in these groups is sort of the inward-facing discussion. Scholars talking amongst themselves about whatever it is they're trying to accomplish. But there are also sites that come along with this Commons in a Box structure, and the sites are basically blogs, right? These are the outward-facing publications that go along with either individuals or groups who can run these various sites. So, let's see if I can find a good one to take a look at. This is one of our sites that we're running now, is a site in which we are constantly updating resources for the profession, in attempting to get folks information that they need about what's happening in the field. So again, the basic structure: individual personal profiles, group inward-facing discussion, and then sites that present the work that's going on for the world. One of the things that we've been able to do in building this commons and in facilitating our members' engagement with one another through it, I mean, this is the thing that we're really aiming for, right, is finding ways for members of the MLA to communicate directly with one another without having necessarily to go through the medium of the publisher in order to share work, right? What would it be to be able to create a group and just simply share your work with it more directly? And, you know, thus far we have had, at last count it was about 5,200, a little over 5,200 members take us up on this and come and to varying levels participate in the kinds of discussions that we have going on here. But we're also thinking about the ways that the network can facilitate opening up some of our more formal, more traditional publications. So we've moved one of our journals, Profession, to the Commons, where it is now completely open access and is inviting comment and discussion on the articles, publishing on a rolling basis instead of on an annual basis, and really attempting to think about how the profession might be served by a more dynamic mode of publication like this. I also, so my life as Director of Scholarly Communication, on the one hand, I run all of the web-based publishing, the kinds of stuff that I had been working on for quite a long time. One of the deep ironies is that I also now run the book publications program, and so I am now a publisher of those things that I was talking about before. We have been similarly attempting to think about how our book publications processes and how our book editors and authors might be served by this platform. So we've encouraged, for instance, the editors of some of our volumes. We published several series of books, one of which is our Approaches to Teaching series, Approaches to Teaching World Literature, in which editors choose an author or a specific text or a sort of narrowly defined tradition genre, something like that, and present a range of approaches to teaching that author, text, genre, what have you. So there are a wide range of scholars who are contained within these texts. They present all of the challenges of edited volumes in attempting to wrangle many people and many voices, and in attempting to create something that looks something like completeness in any given volume. You know, you have a volume on Approaches to Teaching Nathaniel Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter, and attempting to ensure that you've got as diverse and as broadly representative a range of approaches in there can be a challenge. So we have asked of their subfield that their text or author falls within, and to call for more discussion and more papers and feedback from the community as they're developing the projects. We're just now seeing the first few of those experiments coming in now as manuscripts, so we'll be able to evaluate how well this is working fairly shortly. But we've also been thinking about the Commons in the book publishing program as a platform on which we can put some of our more some of the texts that need to be a bit more dynamic and a bit more open than a traditional volume on Approaches to Teaching Nathaniel Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter. No matter how much, you know, the literary approach to thinking about Hawthorne might shift, the text remains the same. It's not going to change that much. On the other hand, we have a volume that we were working on entitled Digital Study or Literary Studies in the Digital Age, which was very clearly going to be a moving target, right? No matter how quickly we managed to get the book out, Literary Studies in the Digital Age, by the time it would be in circulation, new technologies would have come out. Some technologies that we've written about would have become out of use, and therefore it just, the object itself was so in flux that it needed a flexible platform. So we have we shifted our thinking from originally this was presented to us as a book proposal. And we worked with the editors, Ray Siemens and Ken Price, to really think about the anthology instead as an evolving anthology. What would it mean to put it online, to allow the anthology to expand over time rather than simply being published once and being, complete at that point? And what would it be to invite reader response to it, whether the response is in the form of more essays or the response is in the form of comments? So this is published on the Commons in Comment Press. Comment Press is another WordPress plugin that was originally developed by the Institute for the Future of the Book and is now being maintained by Christian Walk. One of the challenges of all of these kinds of publishing projects is that the plugins need to be updated and maintained because WordPress itself is being updated so frequently, and many of these projects are labors of love on the part of one person or a very, very small community. We are really fortunate that Christian has remained very invested and interested in maintaining Comment Press and in moving it forward and thinking about new ways that it might be that it might contribute to this kind of work. And he's also been really great about, taking suggestions and feedback for shifting some of what's going on. In any event, as Chris mentioned earlier, Comment Press, because this is WordPress, right, this is effectively a gigantic blog post, this essay by Susan Schreibman on digital scholarly editing. And conventionally in WordPress, there would be commenting, but it would be all the way down at the bottom, right, on the entirety of the page of whatever text there was here. Comment Press attempts first to sort of disrupt that sense that you're having to comment on the entirety of something by letting you comment on it chunk by chunk, but also putting the comments side by side with the text, attempts to elevate the discussion to be parallel to rather than sort of subordinate to the text as a whole. Of course, I have picked one without comments on it, but that's all right. I'll come to one of the ones that we have under review right now. Let's see what I've got. And still nothing with comments. One of the challenges of this kind of work is precisely that producing this kind of open review process, such as is going on here, is as much a matter of community wrangling as it is technology, right? We have a very easy to use, flexible technology, but if we can't get readers in here to actually do the work of reading and commenting, it becomes a challenge. But nonetheless, we have some really fantastic texts here, and the editors are continuing to work on getting folks to come comment and on getting folks to submit new essays. Sorry. I have been talking enough that my brain is kind of giving up a little bit.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Please.
What is the version control on that then, in the language that we've been using here,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of if you want to cite something or in some version before a layer of comments, or how does that work?
So, that is an excellent question. Comment Press suffers from a couple of key problems. Comment Press is effectively a hack on WordPress, right? It adds to the WordPress data tables a hash that identifies each paragraph within the text uniquely, and then it ties comments to that hash. The problem is if you then go in and edit the core text, the hash can break. and comments can become dissociated from the text. Now, there is a process within Comment Press for you to be able to reassign comments to the right paragraph and so forth. But because WordPress has only made its version control system sort of back-end visible, it's visible in the dashboard, it's not usable within the front end of your WordPress project, Comment Press can't really make use of that. So it's not really possible to cite early versions. It's not really possible to edit the existing text without having to do some work to maintain the relationship between the comments and the existing text. That having been said, because Comment Press does add this hash to the table around every paragraph becomes uniquely addressable. So you can link into a particular paragraph. You can link into a comment. Every comment has a permalink on it, and so forth. But revision then, there isn't a simple process at this point within this paradigm for adding a new layer of revision on top, which is a shame. It's something that we would really like to work toward. We've used Comment Press at Media Commons, as I mentioned, within Media Commons Press, to look at longer form texts and do some open review with them. This is Jason Mattel's project on complex television, which came out in book form from NYU. It's, as you can see, basically the same visual presentation. We did a little bit of skinning here at MLA Commons in order to make it a little bit more readable and a little bit more in keeping with the style that we've set for MLA Commons stuff. Comment Press comes with two basic themes, one of which is the classic view, which looks more like this. It's very bloggy. It's not terrifically responsive, and it can be a little bit of a challenge to read. The other theme, I think this may be referred to as the modern theme, is a little bit more responsive. It's very iPad usable in a way that the other theme is not. On the iPad, this central pane becomes your interface, and you swipe left and right to get to menu bars and comments and to change pages and so forth. So it feels much more like a traditional reading experience. So I just wanted to let you see that, that the look of the other Comment Press projects is not what you're necessarily tied to here. The other thing that's happened in Comment Press recently, and this is a new addition that's just happened in one of the more recent releases, is that you can still comment paragraph by paragraph in the way that you've always been able to, but you're also now able to comment on a specific passage within a paragraph, and also to quote that passage that you're commenting on, so that you can really point to the thing that you're referring to. This is a new bit of functionality. I'm not sure exactly how he's implemented that, but there it is. Something a little bit more medium-like is, I think, the goal. So, what can I tell you about? Okay, I'm trying to think of where else I want to take you within thinking about Comment Press. Comment Press is one of several ways of really taking the WordPress engine and modifying it to make it do something that you want to do publication-wise. And again, this one is really about inviting threaded discussions of lengthy texts is how it's best used. This was the Comment Press version of my own book project, and it produced a great deal of really useful discussion for me. There are other projects that are similarly WordPress plugins that are worth looking at. Press Forward, in particular, is a project from the Center for History and New Media at George Mason. And this is another WordPress plugin that allows you to subscribe to a whole lot of RSS feeds, right? That are in a particular area that you're interested in. This is where the Journal of Digital Humanities. What's the thing that precedes Journal of Digital Humanities? DH Now, thank you. This is where DH Now, this is the engine that runs behind it. So DH Now gets started several years back when Dan Cohen, in the early days of scholarly Twitter, started noticing that all of his colleagues in digital humanities seemed to be reading and thinking about similar things at particular moments in the Twitter life cycle. He would see a lot of people that he was connected to tweeting the same links and getting interested in stuff and having conversations around those same texts. And so he decided to start trying to capture that and to see if something could be done with it. So he pulled in the Twitter feeds of a ton of DH scholars that he was paying attention to, and then started pulling in their RSS feeds from their blogs and other things as well, and attempting to get something of the zeitgeist of digital humanities. So DH Now starts off its life in its first incarnation as just being, as a sort of a machine aggregated cloud of stuff that would then get ranked by frequency of links. So stuff that people were linking to a whole lot would sort of rise to the top, and that would become the thing that would get pushed out as the top choice on DH Now for that particular moment. This all worked really, really well right up until I think it was when Michael Jackson died. And all of a sudden, everybody was tweeting Michael Jackson links, and so it looked for a while like the digital humanities were really particularly interested in Michael Jackson. Right? And he realized, okay, well, maybe a little bit of editorial intervention here might be useful. So Press Forward, it results from that sort of decision. In Press Forward, you have that similar mode of aggregating just a huge bunch of stuff. And there's a little bit of machine ranking that goes on in the background, sort of pulling out the things that seem to be most interesting based on traffic and comments and stuff like that. But then there is this layer of editorial intervention that enables a group of people to say that these things are the things we want to highlight for our readership, right? So it's that combination then of machine aggregation and filtering and then human filtering that come together to produce DH Now, which is the feed of all the stuff that the editors think is interesting, and then building off of DH Now, the Journal of Digital Humanities, which is sort of editorially crafted, selected, revised, reviewed material that has first appeared in DH Now. Right? So Press Forward, again, publicly available plug-in for WordPress that enables that first layer of editorial work to get done on a whole lot of stuff. And this has the potential not just to change the ways that we publish conventional scholarship, but again for thinking about where the intellectual work in editing and crafting collections of material might be. So there's that. I am happy to go, we have a good bit of time left, anywhere you like at this point. We can back up and talk about planned obsolescence. We can actually, let me turn you loose on WordPress and, see if there are things you want to poke at there.
I think, sorry, go ahead.
Could I ask a question?
Please.
Some of the stuff that you've been talking about seems really, really interesting. I'm really excited by all that you've been introducing me to, and I appreciate it. I'm wondering how you can help your site or your commons become a place where people go. do you have any advice for advertising?
Mhm.
Is that the right word?
Yeah, I mean, outreach is enormously important in attempting to grow any kind of community around this sort of web project. We have been, we have benefited tremendously from the enormous energy and enthusiasm of our managing editor of MLA Commons, who works quite tirelessly on community facilitation, on really encouraging people that she sees doing interesting things to do more interesting things, and on making public the best stuff that's happening within the network. Dan Cohen referred at some point to, you know, the ideal of this mode of editorial filtering that Press Forward represents, but that also we're trying to build through MLA Commons as being not, you know, we have this tendency to think about peer review as being a system that weeds out bad stuff, and what these kinds of systems instead really need to be focused on is what he referred to as catching the good. Right, to really see what's valuable out there and then publicize it in a way that makes more people say, that's what I'm interested in, that's what I want to do my work in that way. So our managing editor, Nikki Agate, has done a tremendous job of really reaching out to our members and showing them what the possibilities for them are, and then helping them get started and form groups and have the discussions and start the sites that they're interested in starting. One other thing that I should point out about MLA Commons, one other feature that we have recently launched, is that we have connected our site, which again is running on top of, it's a Commons in a Box derivative that we're running, is now connected to a Fedora Hydra repository. That is actually, the Fedora Hydra portion of the stack is housed at Columbia in their library. But that enables us to have a library-grade disciplinary repository for MLA members to deposit any digital objects they want to have publicly available and preserved going forward. So we're really attempting to think about the entire sort of chain of what it is that scholars are doing in their scholarly lives, capturing all of that stuff and making a place where they can present all of that stuff to the world. So part of what's been important for us in getting our members to really engage with the Commons and to think about why they would want to deposit something here is to demonstrate to them first the utility of doing so, that the articles that are being deposited here, the dissertations that are being deposited here are actually getting the kind of attention that their members, that their authors want them to get. But also that we're helping facilitate them doing something they want to do already anyway, right? That this isn't just another layer of something that they need to learn how to do because it's a new requirement, but instead they have a cluster of people with whom they want to be in conversation already anyhow, and we can facilitate that conversation. They want to put their dissertation somewhere where people will find it and actually make use of it, and we can help them do that. So really finding ways to think about how these new technologies facilitate stuff you want to do anyway.
Do you have to do a lot of face-to-face? I mean, you mentioned that you have launches, that you go to the conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Is it all, because it looks like that person has to kind of express some interest, maybe digitally, and then they might get picked up and encouraged. But how do you build the community beyond the people that are already kind of putting their toe out?
Right. A lot of that requires a lot of legwork and a lot of face-to-face work. So obviously we have our own convention every year, and we present there. We do a lot of demos there. We help people who want to get started in a hands-on way while we're there. Nikki is also in the process of setting up a bunch of workshops. We're located in New York, and so she's setting up a bunch of workshops for all the grad schools in New York that want one to go do, Commons workshop for their grad students to show them how to build a profile and a portfolio within the network. And so, yeah, I mean, it does require a lot of kind of one-on-one cheerleading and hand-holding.
Right, okay, thank you.
You've published a book that's in a traditional book form from a university press that's also here, but book publishers have contracts for which you usually sign away all your rights. How did you negotiate it, and how, I know there are people here who have book contracts with publishers. What do you advise people to do?
Well, okay. So I had the benefit when I was negotiating my contract of trying to publish a book that was making the argument that we needed to change all of our practices in scholarly communication. And so my editor was somewhat on board, right, with the idea that I wanted to do something different. He was not expecting me to want to post the entire manuscript online. He thought I might want to do the Siva Vaidyanathan thing and sort of blog as I was writing or something like that, which I don't think I could have done. And when I said to him, I'm making this argument about the benefits of open review, we really have to test this. He was cautious, but finally agreed to go along with me. And my sense is that the press generally was dubious about the project. Not so much dubious about the utility of the review process, because they thought that it could be really good to get that feedback, but I think they were really afraid that I was going to cannibalize all the sales of the book object by virtue of the thing being available online. Well, what ended up happening is that people saw the review happening online, got excited about the project, and then bought the book. And so the book actually ended up selling way more than it would have without. And because of that, when Jason Mattel came along and wanted to do the same thing at NYU, it was easy, right?
So they don't own the you have the copyright, but they don't have the rights to publish in all sorts of forums?
No, in fact, they have the copyright. They have the right to publish in all sorts of forms. I have the right to do a bunch of stuff too, right? So I had the right to put up and leave up the version that I posted, and I have several other rights that they gave me, or that they didn't give me, I reserved in the contract. Had I been a little bit further along in my thinking about where open access was headed, I probably would have insisted on retaining copyright, but it is what it is, and I did what I wanted to do with the text. What I would strongly urge as you're negotiating these kinds of relationships with presses, and presses are way, way more open to this stuff than I think a lot of people think they are, but it's just to figure out exactly what it is you want your text to be able to do, and to really work with them to make it happen in the best possible way, right? That if you can make the argument that you can build an audience online, that you can really engage with an audience that's going to care about the book object if you do certain things with the text, make that argument. Presses are way more flexible about this stuff than I think people give them credit for. But if you have very firm beliefs about retaining copyright, make sure that's expressed up front. If you absolutely want to make sure that you can deposit in your institutional repository or your disciplinary repository, as the case may be, make sure that's in there too. By and large, presses are willing to negotiate on this stuff.
I think the real challenge, the university presses certainly you can negotiate with. I think as archaeologists, one of our challenges is that so many of the journals are being bought up by the commercial publishers, and so the absolute inflexibility of Springer. So again, I think when you talk about the institutional, I like to encourage people in my department to think of we are the institution, we are setting the rules.
Right.
We can modify those, but these kinds of commercial outlets that seem to be valued by impact factors and so on, that's a different sort of challenge altogether.
Yeah, it is.
Not insurmountable, but and requires people to take decisions to take their product elsewhere.
Yes, yes, and it does. It requires a lot of standing firm and a lot of being willing to say, I do not need to publish with this particular journal. I can go do what I want to with this thing.
Very risky for young people.
It is quite risky, but again, most publishers, when pressed, will back down. I have had publishers, I've had commercial journal publishers with whom I have had articles say to me that the contract that they presented me with was the only possibility. And then when I said, well, I'm sorry, I can't do that because I have to be able to deposit in my repository, have magically come up with the alternative contract that includes that right in it. So it's often there, you just have to ask for it. They're not going to volunteer. The other thing is many institutions that are now developing open access mandates for their faculty have written those mandates such that at the moment when you create the fixed tangible expression that is your article or manuscript or whatever the thing is, you have all the rights to it, but by virtue of creating it, you have licensed the university to have it in its repository, and that license pre-exists any relationship with any publisher whatsoever. And so because of that, you can't sign away the institutional repository's right to distribute that text, and the publisher cannot force you to do so. There have been attempts on the part of at least one commercial publisher of big journals to institute a policy that says that if you want to deposit your article in your institutional repository, you can, but if you must, you may not. Right. So do kind of watch out for oddnesses there.
At this stage, it would be good to mention the Spark Addendum.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the Spark Addendum is from the Association for Research Libraries.
Yeah, ARL, Spark is scholarly.
So the Spark Addendum, you could get SPARC. Just Google it. It's a one sheet that is designed for you to attach as an addendum to your author agreement with your publisher, which basically exerts a desire on your behalf to retain certain rights and do certain kinds of things. And the idea is if the publisher sends you the author agreement, you attach the Spark author addendum to it, you sign it, you send it back, they are accepting it. They can say, no, I'm not interested, bugger off, go publish somewhere else. But if they then accept the author agreement, they're accepting that author addendum, which allows you a much more freedom and much more leeway. You can self-archive.
Yes.
I can't remember what there's a couple of other things in the addendum.
Yeah, things like being able to disseminate it to colleagues. Really pretty basic
It's
stuff.
pretty basic. I was going to say, a lot of publishers are now incorporating, so read the agreement first before just attaching the Spark.
Yeah.
Read it and see what you
Yeah.
can do. But because a lot of publishers are moving more towards incorporating that.
Right. We actually, at the MLA, completely revised all our author agreements a few years back so that they now, instead of requesting that authors sign over copyright to us, authors retain copyright and provide us instead with a license to first publication of the text in question, to be the sole publisher of it for the first year of its life. And then after that, the author can do whatever they want to with it. And we also say that our license does not exclude the text having been previously posted on a blog for feedback, right? So that doesn't count as prior publication. and that it can be immediately deposited, the preprint can be immediately deposited in an institutional repository without embargo. So I think, there are publishers, I like to think we're one of them, who are really attempting to think differently about what it is we actually need authors to give us in order to be able to publish properly.
We're having raised this. It's interesting. We did the graduate school here. All sorts of people, particularly in humanities, came forward and said that they couldn't publish their dissertations because publishers see them as, if the dissertations are available, then, and then, my response was, who wants to publish your dissertation? You need to revise it anyway if you're going to publish it. But
Right.
but the thing is, we went around, a group of us, to I think like 30 different publishers, and asked, and only one publisher said that if it was available, sort of through, that they would consider it.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of fear created.
Yes.
Fear and what is it? Fear something in doubt. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt around the state of the dissertation and depositing it in an open repository, such as MLA Commons or such as your institutional repository. Lots of institutions require it. But there was this whole protest that grew up about enabling graduate students to embargo that dissertation for a period of up to 6 years, precisely because of this anxiety about whether publishers would accept for publication something that was originally a dissertation that was available open access on the internet through a repository. And the primary response of publishers to this has been, in fact, to say, if you're coming to us with a raw dissertation, it's very unlikely to be published anyway.
Exactly.
Because you have a lot of work to do before it turns into the thing that will be a book. So by the time you've done all that revision and rethinking and getting rid of everything that your advisor made you put in because you had to prove that you had done your homework, whatever, then the book is it's a very different object, right? The other thing is that in fact, the anxiety got created because there was a sense that libraries wouldn't buy books that came out of dissertations because the dissertations were openly available, so you don't really need to they don't need to spend the money on the book. Librarians, frankly, don't have time to figure out whether a book came out of a dissertation or not, and they tend to put in orders through wholesalers that they just buy the things they're going to buy.
Well, I think part of it is that what happened is that that dissertations started to show up via Amazon, and you could order them that way, and then people panicked that suddenly they weren't published.
That's a whole other thing. I mean, and that is, shame on ProQuest. After you have paid ProQuest, because you have to pay them for them to archive your dissertation for you, then they turned around and were selling them, and selling them through Amazon in ways that were not licensed. So.
Would you guys appreciate, there are a couple of sort of other additional interesting scholarly publication projects in the room. So I'm talking about, the book that Eric and Sarah and I edited and published, and then of course Sean's, the Historian's Macroscope, which was actually built initially using comment press.
Yes.
Would people like to kind of hear the perspective and the
I would
that
love
process?
that. That would be great.
Do you want to talk about it, or do you want us to?
Well, do you want me over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Catherine can say that.
Okay. Are we still streaming?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Mom.
Let's be honest, your mom's not watching.
You don't
She's
know
watching.
that.
She's watching.
Is she?
Of course she is. Of course she's watching.
No,
My mother isn't watching either.
my mom's on satellite internet, and there's no way in hang she would be able to watch the live stream.
That's why.
There we go. But she does read the blog, so thank you. Yeah, so comment press, we couldn't have done our little project without comment press, and I can't say enough great things about doing that. We started using. Well, let me back up a bit. Jack Doherty, who edited Writing History in the Digital Age with Kristen, forgive me, I can't. Narodsky, and then web writing for the liberal arts. Those were open peer review experiments that were built on the Comment Press platform. And I had responded to the call for papers for that and submitted some essays. And I had no idea what open peer review was going to be like or how that experience would go. But Jack and Kristen really managed that whole process extremely well. They're really clear about expectations for how commenting should happen, about how we as authors should respond to that. And so that all goes into that whole community issues that we were talking about earlier. So we had, when Ian Milligan at Waterloo and Scott at Scott Weingart at Carnegie Mellon, he switched. When we sat down to think about how to do the macroscope, we had that really strong example for us already. So it was terrifying, writing and putting stuff up. And one of the, I'll start with the mistakes, because screwing up in public is what I do. One of the things that we flubbed with the macroscope was not being clear to readership about the exact order in which things were going up. So we had a plan behind the scenes, which we had posted on the site, but it was kind of buried, about what we were writing and what the overall logic of the project was going to be. But then we would put stuff up as it got to a good enough stage. And so if a person sat down and looked at the site, it wasn't immediately apparent which bits go where and how. And so the reading of it was a bit disjointed, and there were very accurate comments saying, look, this, I was following you, but then the next section doesn't really flow and it should really go somewhere else. And it's, yes, it should really go somewhere else. The people who commented were incredibly generous with their comments, with their time. Ben Marwick went out of his way several times to look at our code snippets that we would share and say, you know, this kind of works, but this would be so much better if you did this. Amanda Seligman's students were really engaged with it, commenting on their own blogs. It was such a buzz to see stuff that we were writing and not even finished writing turning up on people's syllabuses, courses. And so, you know, it was really encouraging. And then so when we were talking with our editors at Imperial College and that initial discussion we had about putting the whole manuscript out there was concern on their part about sales being cannibalized by having so much of it already completely available online. And we pointed to evidence that suggested that actually having stuff online would actually make for more sales eventually, and that it would be a good thing. And we did come to a compromise that where we actually have it in the contract, that if it can be shown that, you know, having this stuff online the way that it is, all this draft stuff, if that is affecting sales, then we will take all the draft stuff off. I don't know how you would show that, but that's where we're at, and I'm really grateful for all the help that they have offered on the editorial side, because that has made it much better too. Writing a digital methods book online, things get dated so fast. Doing it this way has made it a much more feasible project than it otherwise would have been.
I guess I have a question for either one of you, so that I'm not really clear about. So if someone commented and said like, oh, you can rework this paragraph in this way or that, did you then go and rework that paragraph? Or is that something you took notes on and then revised in a version that wasn't up there? I guess that's, so again, kind of getting back to that version control question, because
Yeah.
But you were responding to every, well, I mean, these are the best comments and
Yeah.
right? So I was just curious what the evolution of the actual online document was, because getting back to the question about sales, even though that version's up there, it's not maybe what the final version was going to be. So did you kind of surprised like the issue agreement?
Exactly. So the online version of my book is still the draft that originally went out in 2009. It's still that original version. So the discussion that's there still relates to the text that has actually posted. I participated in that discussion. I asked questions where I had questions about the feedback I was getting. And then I did the thing that you do after you get the reader's reports, which is sit down and think, what if this is actually prompting me to change things in ways that I think are the ways the text needs to change, and what of it is stuff that's really about a different project altogether, and revised. A lot of the comments that I revised, that I used heavily in the revision, I either quoted or cited in the revised text. So, there is a process of giving credit for that work of helping me think through the text there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the book is the revised version.
And then did you guys actively revise as?
Some sections where we manifestly flubbed it. There's a newer version that's also on the website, but the original version is still there with the comments. We have an acknowledgement section in the version to become on paper that lists all the commenters and thanks them profusely, and sometimes we know their actual names and other times it's just a handle, but yeah. So thank you anybody who's used it.
So how did you coded in Comment Press, or how did you launch? Because I see what I'm seeing of the book online, but how did it get there?
Oh, so we,
How did you build it?
okay, the nuts and bolts. I'm in Ottawa, Ian is in Waterloo, and Scott was all over the place. And we originally tried writing it using Scrivener, which lets for quite fine-grained writing, and it saves all of your bits and pieces as text files in the background. And so we had that in a GitHub repository, and we were trying to do that, and that lasted for all of 3 days when we got an error message saying decapitated head, and I didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. So we moved to we moved to Word documents, but we set up a private chat client, and then we would just say, I'm in chapter 4, don't touch it, and we would put it into the Dropbox. And then when it got to the good enough section, we would put it onto WordPress with Comment Press installed, and then we wouldn't touch it until we had a statement somewhere on the site saying anything up here we're not touching again until another 3 months from now, and then we'll come back to it. So that worked not too badly. We only overrode each other once or twice.
So you had to have like a schedule, once you got it online, you had a schedule of reading and incorporating the comments
Yeah.
that you established beforehand.
Yeah.
And then how about the process to the actual written text that is coming out in print? In ink on paper, sorry.
So after we closed off the saying we're not responding to any more comments now, we're going to go back and revise everything, that took another 3 months. We compiled a full manuscript, sent that to the publisher who sent that out to readers. That feedback came back, we incorporated all of that, and then we sat down and said, okay, who wants to take this issue, that issue, this issue? Did all that, and then that was another month or two, I guess, and then it went to the copy editor and the typesetters, and then we've been going through the hell of indexing and all that sort of thing. If somebody wants to invent a better indexer, that would be awesome. Does
So
that
it's
answer?
Yeah, so it's so you went from a very innovative setup to a kind of traditional sequence of review. They were both combined in the collaboration of
Yeah.
the text.
Well, and there's a second version of the website that if I ever get around to it, will be online before too much longer. That will also have lots of ancillary material, stuff that didn't make the final cut, but we still really liked. Facility for questions and answers, and still more commenting, so that because the book, the Dead Tree version, will go out of date quite fast, but hopefully the website will be a community, maybe a clearinghouse for people who are trying to solve the kinds of problems that the book is meant to address. So that's under development. Yeah.
Were you also on a, and I think it relates to the other question, were you also on a posting schedule, like you developed this audience, were they clamoring for the next chapter, or did you put it out every 3 weeks and they knew when it was coming out in that way?
We were not that organized. So we started doing it, and then we tweeted like crazy, and we if you've been watching the Twitter feed, I am a shameless self-promoter. But I spent too many years in the academic wilderness, and I'm never going back. So I'm holding on tight. But yeah, no, I think we built the audience organically, and anybody who ever tweeted it or said, hey, this is useful, or I can't thank them enough for their patience and engagement with it. So maybe Terry has comments on community building and so on later, but yeah, I think we were lucky that we didn't make any errors in engagement or interaction or what have you that were so egregious that we couldn't recover from them. So. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay, so thank you.
So in 2010, whenever the essays were last in Vancouver, 2010, 2009, 8? A long time. Anyways, last time it was in Vancouver. Sarah and Eric organized a session. Do you remember what was it called?
Something about Web 2.0.
Something. Which says something about how long ago it was. The fact that it had Web 2.0 in the title. Here we go. I have no clue why it's chopping that up. That's fine. It was a Trisha and Eric, jump in whenever you want. It was a traditional
2008.
Oh my God, that's a long time ago. Traditional paper session, right? That resulted in a discussion about a fairly traditional edited volume. The sort of wrinkle happened, the positive wrinkle, happened when we decided, and I have to admit, I'm up here talking about this, but this was mostly Eric and Sarah's brain sweat and effort and energy to fight for this. We started editing this volume, which is called Archaeology 2.0, New Approaches to Communication and Collaboration. And it looks like a traditional book, right? Got chapters, all that kind of stuff. You can buy a physical version. I have physical versions in my office. The interesting thing in this, so this went to Coatson. Was Vilica the head of the press at the time? Yes, so Vilica Vendrich very enthusiastically worked with us to not only produce a traditional version of the book that you could buy through now. You can buy through, I think it's Little Brown, it's actually fairly reasonable price, but also a totally free download, open access digital version, a PDF. So I mean, it was talking about that. This is still very traditional structurally speaking, and that PDF, like most products that come out of the UC system, went into e-scholarship, right? E-scholarship, which is the institutional repository for the UC system. Now, beyond that, the text of this is not that interesting, though, or the story of it is not that interesting. It's a traditional thing. I would say to you, there is an Easter egg in the text of this book that no one to this date has found out. So there is your challenge to find the Easter egg. I mean, seriously, what? So this is published in 2011. So going on 5 years on, no one has found the Easter egg that we very purposely put in the book. So the challenge, if you choose to accept it, is to find the Easter egg. It's in. Should we give him a hint of sort of generally where it is? I want someone to find it. Okay. All right. So beyond that, I mean, it's a fairly traditional kind of piece of text. Here is the interesting thing about the book itself. So it's a PDF download that you can get. But if you go to if you scroll down right there on the copyright. This is the interesting thing. And again, Eric and Sarah and me taking credit, worked very, very hard with the press to release the text, the digital version of the text, under an extremely liberal Creative Commons license. So this is available under a CC by attribution share alike license, which is a fairly liberal license, especially for the Academy. One thing which is missing there, and usually the crux of the discussion when people talk about CC licenses for academic works, is NC, no commercial. Our license allows for commercial use. Now, I'm going to throw it over to Eric to talk a little bit about sort of the justification, why we did that, as opposed to CC by SA and NC.
Right. So one of the big debates about in the world of sort of open licensing and open source and all these types of things centers on the license variants that Creative Commons offers around no commercial. And instinctively, a lot of researchers like to go for the non-commercial license restrictions because you don't want to see stuff appropriated, right? That's one of the things that a lot of people worry about is commercial appropriation. We're worried about things like antiquities trade, all sorts of things like that. The problem with the non-commercial license, however, is that understanding what commercial activities means is really, really difficult. So the last time I checked, Stanford, Harvard, most universities do charge tuition. They charge people for being as part of those academic institutions. So you can sort of say for nonprofit, academic, or whatever use, nobody actually knows what that means. One of the other things about this, about non-commercial restrictions, is that there are potentially important, it could be a very big barrier to entry for people actually using materials. So one of the issues around educational materials, where I first got exposed to this debate, was around the issue of open educational resources, scholarly and instructional materials, basically, was that a lot of instructional materials were being actually copied from from websites and then repurposed into analog print formats, paper, for distribution with people to people who don't have good, reliable internet access. That was often taking place through commercial ventures, little, small-time shops, maybe in rural places that don't have reliable access otherwise. So having a non-commercial restriction would make that activity illegal. So the emerging consensus around this is that non-commercial restrictions are ambiguous. They harm a lot of the kinds of activities that we actually do want to promote. And it is, the non-commercial restriction is actually a form, sort of keeps stuff kind of appropriated, even though you were thinking that you don't, that it's working against appropriation. So it's a really challenging kind of issue. Now again, this is stuff to consider. People talking about in terms of open educational resources, open science types of things. This is not, again, a universal universally appropriate kind of critique of the non-commercial license, there might be circumstances, say, when you're working with indigenous communities, where there are other issues and histories and concerns that come into play, which might make a non-commercial restriction more appropriate to use. So again, this is just part of the debate, but for a book going for academic audiences, academic settings, a non-commercial restriction is something that open access advocates want to avoid.
So we fought hard for this, and to the press's credit, they bought into it, and this was the first volume in its digital publication series. So there was a certain amount of kind of experimentation with it, and so we went but at this point, this license and the justification for this license was all theory, right? We were exerting an ideology about a very sort of copyleft ideology about our content and text and scholarly publication and all that kind of good stuff. And it went out and it was published. You get the physical copy. You could download the free copy. And the year after it was published, or this year, so it was the Nashville SAAs, and we were all happy. It was at the book table, and it was all great. And Eric and I were sitting, and this is, some of you may have heard this story, and I apologize, I use it a lot. Eric and I were sitting sort of in the side or the back of the book room, just sort of hanging out. And he said, "Did you get this email from this guy from England?" And I was like, "What?" And someone had sent me an email about the book, and I had not paid attention to it. And he had sent Eric the email as well. And what this guy had done, he was involved in the heritage industry in the UK. I think he worked in IT for a heritage organization. What he had done is wildly enthusiastically, "This is great. I'm so glad that you guys had done this, and this is a good book and published under this Creative Commons. It's great. I love what you've done. I have repackaged the book. I have turned it from PDF to HTML. I have put a new title on it, and I am selling it." Now, think about this. This is absolutely 100% permissible by this license. He had actually done a service because it had been only available in PDF. He transformed it into HTML. I didn't really like the fact that he changed the cover because I did the cover design originally. And that made me sort of grumpy. His activities were perfectly permissible under the license. So it was a real lesson about licenses are real and they have real implications. So what happened is we're sitting there, and as this is sort of developing, the editor, so Villika Venger, see her coming in the book room and coming right for us, and then this conversation ensued. She was freaking out, rightfully so. This is something that they probably never expected or never imagined. And from their perspective, as a publisher, this undermines their activities. And it actually would have potentially damaged Coatson's any kind of sort of future activities that they would have had. So what we actually ended up doing is talking with the guy, said, "You are in the right, the license allows this, but there are these other implications. You could actually hurt any kind of future projects because the publisher is instantaneously risk averse and will never, ever, ever do this again." And he actually agreed, and he took all of this stuff down and actually wrote about it as well. And sort of, it was, a teachable moment, mostly for us. And again, and the punchline here is that licenses are both ideological statements about intellectual property and copyright, but they also have real implications for the content upon which you place that license.
is online, then the resources that we put on somebody like that.
What was the question?
If we had done CC by attribution, no commercial, and he had done that, if we had been able to send a bevy of lawyers after him.
I think we should raise the issue of Aaron Schwartz in this too, because as Ethan said, licenses have real consequences, but some of these legal consequences are extraordinarily risky and dangerous for people. So does everybody
Yeah.
remember the case of Aaron Schwartz?
Go ahead.
I,
Go on, here. Okay, use yours.
So, this is Aaron Schwartz, who died tragically a few years ago, and he was an open access advocate, privacy advocate. He was also one of the founding creators of Reddit. You may have used Reddit for some things. And he was a long supporter. He worked with the Internet Archive, worked with Creative Commons, and he got involved in the open access movement. And one thing that he did was that he was caught in a server room at MIT campus downloading about 140 million articles out of JSTOR. And this touched off a long legal battle around the access to these articles out of JSTOR. And part of the issue with this was copyright, although he doesn't seem to have been violating copyright. He wasn't actually formally charged with any copyright crimes, but he was charged with violating essentially the terms and conditions around the articles that JSTOR had on its collections. And JSTOR actually did not want to prosecute him. However, a federal prosecutor did want to prosecute him, and he faced, the estimates vary between something like 20 and 50 years in a federal prison for downloading academic journals. He did not redistribute them. He did no damage to JSTOR. The script that he ran to download everything did not harm the JSTOR servers or networks or anything like that, but he was still sort of charged with cybercrime. So these issues are really, really big kinds of deals. There is a case of a graduate student, actually, I believe a Venezuelan graduate student, who posted a paper on, I don't even know where he put the paper up, maybe just a blog post, or shared a paper that somebody else wrote that was violating the copyright of a journal. And he, I believe, is facing criminal charges also. Copyright is going to run you up to 5 years in prison, $250,000 fine, that type of thing. So these are really, really big, real legal risks. In the case of Aaron Schwartz, his plea bargain agreement broke down with the federal prosecutors. He was going to face a jail term, and he was also suffering from depression. So there's a lot of this background, but he actually committed suicide as a result of all these changes. And this has been obviously a very big deal in the world of scholarly communications. So it's very difficult to talk about scholarly communications without seeing a very real and a very challenging institutional and legal framework around all of this stuff. Okay? So when we talk about licenses and licensing restrictions and resorting to things like the legal threats, we're dealing with a legal system that is essentially the phrase that Pam Samuelson, who is a copyright lawyer, a copyright scholar, used was essentially the media industry has the best laws money can buy, right, as far as enforcing its own rent-seeking options as far as use of copyright. And this is so it is a very challenging environment for scholarship, engagement with wider publics, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why when we talk about things like Creative Commons and Creative Commons licensing, it's not just a sort of good practice thing in that sense, but it's also a real issue in terms of how people can engage with the material and the legal risks that they will face when engaging.
So, other questions about, this stuff or anything else? Yeah.
Even before coming here, I was looking at your token book, and on Amazon, it's for sale.
Yeah.
For $1,000 up to $14,000.
Yeah, it's that awesome. And the funny thing is, I think that those sort of Amazon reseller listings appeared very early on. We're 4 years on, going 5 years on. The book is terribly long in the tooth. But those sort of popped up, and some people maybe don't exactly know that you can still download it for free. Sorry. Even if they did, $1,000 is. It's a fair price. Let's just say that. It's a good work of
It would
scholarship.
be better if you got some.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be good. So yes, I wish we got some of that money. It would be super awesome. Anyone else? Any questions or anything? Okay. Does anyone have any final questions for? Sorry.
We just did another book, but it was involved with crowdfunding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you want to plug it? Sure. Okay. Here. You're HDMI, right?
Yeah. Do that. So this is really short.
Grab this so I can switch out.
So, money in this whole space of open access, trust me, is really hard. Giving away other people's content for free is a tough business model to be in. So, especially if you don't want to do nasty things with people's privacy and stuff like that. So, this is a book that was edited by, sorry. I've got butterfingers with it. Okay. So, this is a book that was edited by Samuel Moore, who was a fellow with the Open Knowledge Foundation. And I'm just a contributing author on this, but it had an interesting model of funding, which involved going to Unglued and doing some crowdfunding on it. So a bunch of people essentially donated to have the book ransomed. That's one way to go about it, or in this case, to pay a subvention to Ubiquity Press in order to publish it. So Ubiquity is a commercial press that I mentioned earlier. So in addition to publishing journals, different journal titles, it also publishes books. And so they originally set the goal for this to something kind of absurdly high, and that goal came down and down and down, and so it raised $1,200. One of the weird things is that a lot of the authors contributed to this. So it is a sort of pay to say kind of a situation, which isn't that great, right? So if you do not have money, if you're a graduate student or you don't have an institution behind you that is willing to pay an open access fee, that is a real problem. And so we have this, and you're sort of situation where you have between a rock and a hard place. You have nasty, horrible intellectual property rules around closed access, conventional publishing, and you have, on the other side, no money to do anything for publishing for people, especially without institutional supports. And we're in this really nasty, horrible situation in that way, and we have to deal with it in new ways. But anyway, if you want the book, it's called Issues in Open Research Data, published by Ubiquity, and so there you go. You can read it online, you can download it, or you can buy it as a paperback too. So I have no idea how much money they're making or not on this. It's just came out in December, but it's a fun read. But anyway, crowdfunding was another one of the options that we explored, and I wouldn't say it was totally awesomely successful.
so we will take a 15-minute break, or we'll reconvene at 3 p.m. On schedule, on time, for Terry and Lynn's discussion about social media and archaeology. Go out, stretch legs, take a breather. Today, before we convene today, is Lynn Goldstein, Terry Brock, talking about social media within the context of archaeology, and I will turn it over to them.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So we're going to obviously talk about social media and archaeology today. I just wanted to go real quick. Something we're not going to do is actually go through like every single social media account and how they work and how you use them and stuff like that. We're going to do something that's a little bit more broad. We are going to talk generally about some of the more popular ones that are used, but it's really up to you all to figure out what accounts you're going to use and are going to be most effective for
And
you.
we'll put some resources up
Absolutely.
on the knowledge base. But the other thing we're not going to do is we're not going to talk about your personal accounts.
Yep.
They may be more interesting, but that's not what we're going to talk about.
Right.
We're going to talk about of how to take whatever it is you're doing. It doesn't have to be digital, but whatever you're doing, and promote it
Exactly.
and make sure other people learn about it.
All right, so we'll start with a rough definition. You can imagine there are probably a million definitions on the interwebs of what social media are. We're going with this one, pretty general. Digital tools that allow people to create and share information, collaborate on a common effort, or build relationships. Again, pretty broad. That could encapsulate a lot of different things that we're doing. But we think that social media accounts have very specific characteristics. So they're often multi-way. So there are many different sources that are broadcasting things to many different people, or many different receivers, and it's going back and forth.
Right. And that's a really important difference between that and traditional ways,
Right.
like an ad or something.
Social media is often very mobile. There are some social media accounts that really can only actually broadcast information through a mobile device, such as Instagram, for example. So that's definitely one of our characteristics. They're incredibly wide-reaching, so you can reach right across oceans to space. Right, there's all kinds of different places and wide-ranging geographic areas that you can reach with social media. They're inherently collaborative. So again, they're focused on building community and working together and communicating writ large. So they're very collaborative by nature.
But it's also the case that sometimes you have to sort of encourage that collaboration.
Good. You
It's
absolutely
there.
do, yes. And they also rely on user-generated content. So that's definitely something that's an important characteristic. We did want to go through real quick. Let me know if I'm moving these things too fast. And contrast social media with traditional media. Because they're, obviously traditional media, newspapers, magazines, that type of the news, right? Television, very traditional tools that you see all the time. One of these differences is kind of conceptual. Social media really focuses on engagement, which is certainly a word that we use all the time in archaeology now, and we're doing public archaeology and stuff like that. And that implies that that's a two-way collaborative approach. Whereas traditional media is more of an outreach model, where it's one way, right?
A lot of people try to use social media as outreach, but not engagement. And that we don't think it works very well.
Well, social media allows you to do engagement,
Right.
where it's a two-way relationship. Whereas a newspaper, it shows up on your doorstep, you read it. You don't, unless you do a letter to the editor, right? It's really a one-way thing. Social media tends to be ground up, whereas traditional media has more of a top-down approach to it. It's very difficult to start a newspaper. It's very easy to start a blog, right? Anyone, for the most part, if you have access to the internet, you can have access to social media. Social media is multivocal, lots and lots of different voices contributing to one conversation and many different conversations. Traditional media, depending on the outlet, is very much, again, one way, single voice. And then the last thing, social media provides you direct access to potential sources, whereas traditional media requires a journalist, someone who's in between. So I can write a blog post as an archaeologist to the public that the public gets, and they get the direct words from the mouth of the archaeologist, right? If you're following me while I'm out in the field sending tweets and pictures of what we're excavating, you're getting my perspective as an archaeologist, right? However, if you turn on NBC 29, who came out to our site and did a report, that's being filtered through a journalist's perspective, and we're working really, really hard with our PR team to try and make sure that the message is the one that we want, and then it ends up not being, right? I mean, you've all been misquoted at some point, right?
It doesn't mean that those things aren't important.
Sure.
They're just doing different things.
And we use social media, I use social media all the time to communicate with journalists to try to get them to come out to our site when I think we found something interesting, right? But again,
I was going to just say, if you build your whatever platform you're going to build, if you do it well, you will find that you have a lot of news organizations following you.
All right, any questions about the distinction between these two different types of media? All right, we're gonna, like Lynn said, we're gonna focus on the idea of a project account or institutional accounts. So there are some things to remember that really make these also different than doing a personal account, which obviously many of you have, as we've seen if you've been following the Twitter feed at all. So when you have a project account, that really allows for a very clear focus on your specific project's objectives and goals. So that means that the whatever you're broadcasting through a project-specific accounts is going to be focused specifically on your project. So, my personal account, I love to post pictures on my Instagram of my dog because my dog's adorable.
And your dog has a Twitter account.
My dog also has a Twitter account. It's true.
What's the
Yeah.
I'm Penny the dog. But those are not my professional, like that's not what I don't post pictures of my dog on the Montpelier Foundation Archaeology account, right? Because we're very much focused on doing something specific with that account.
I will say, though, it can be very tricky, and probably that's what you'll find. We don't do it, Terry doesn't do it so much anymore, I don't do it so much anymore, but it's very easy to discover you suddenly posting from the wrong account when you handle many.
Yep. I definitely sent
It's
a couple.
really simple thing to do.
Definitely sent a couple campus archaeology tweets from the basketball game.
Yes.
Amateur basketball game. Project accounts provide for sustainability. So while I was the campus archaeologist when we started the campus archaeology social media, that actually originally started under my own name, and then we transferred it to campus archaeology because I'm no longer the campus archaeologist, and we're able to pass it to Katie, who's able to pass it to Lisa, right? So it allows for that sustainability through an organization or through a project if you end up leaving that project.
And several people can be, so I can post as campus archaeology also, and I do. So it's also not one person's burden.
Exactly. I did mention this: maintain a professional and personal distinction. That's important for a whole number of reasons, but you do end up building a professional voice and stuff like that. Your social media becomes easily findable when it's associated with a project, because if people are specifically looking for the Montpelier Foundation Archaeology Department's social media, they will search for that. It's unlikely they will search for Terry Brock. Right? They're going to find it immediately. You can go on the website. It's cohesively branded. It all makes sense that way. So it's much easier to find for the public to find the outlets that you are intending them to find. And then, as Lynn just said, you can have multiple contributors to one account. So, and we'll show you some examples of this later on, but you can have lots of different voices. Excuse me, that's not the right. You can have lots of different people
with one voice.
Using one voice, exactly. It's an important distinction. So I have now trained my entire staff, for example, to use our social media Instagram account so that I know that when I come to a week-long workshop on digital media, there's still content being pumped out through our Instagram account because they all know how to do it.
See, and I'm worried because both myself and the campus archaeologists are here.
Okay. Couple things to keep in mind when you're building a project account and running a project account. You want to establish an institutional voice. So you don't necessarily want to be referencing yourself all the time. I never really tweet in first person when I'm acting as an institution. It's usually, we did this, we do
Right.
that, so on and so forth.
Or Montpelier did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and you want to actually, we're thinking about actually building a personality behind whatever that account is going to be. So really thinking about visualizing actually who is that person. And then you want to maintain that voice across the various accounts that you're using. You want to build an actual social media strategy, and we're going to go through this during this presentation. But actually know why you're there, know what content you're going to be producing.
And know why you're doing it.
Exactly. So this one's really important. You want to remember who you're representing. So I work for a museum, and our accounts are, even though they're within the archaeology department, we're representing the Montpelier Foundation, right? So we want to make sure that everything we post hits that mission, meets those standards, right? Reflects the professional standards that we would expect anyone to adhere to. So just always being incredibly mindful of what you're actually, this is a good rule for social media use writ large, but it's really, really important if you're using an institutional or project-based account. You have a little more freedom to get angry because the Cubs lost to the Tigers last night on your personal Twitter account.
Yeah, it was bad when it showed up on
Yeah.
campus archaeology. or, Sean's mom could be listening to
That's
it.
also true. Yep.
Sean's mom is totally listening.
Yeah.
She's everywhere.
Never speak of this to them.
Remember who you're trying to reach. So always, and you put this into the strategy that you build, but always remember when you're about to post content or as you're posting content or thinking about new content to post, always think about the groups you're trying to reach and are they reflective of the audience that you want to be interacting with. Because the last thing you want to do is actually alienate through what you're posting the groups that you're really interested in engaging with, right? Use it consistently. Having an empty Twitter account with no activity on it is like
Bad.
having an empty storefront. It means you're not present, you're not there, you're not responding. That makes people on the internet more upset than the fact that you just weren't there in the first place.
And that's true, actually, for any account, Facebook
Exactly.
or any
Yep.
of those things. You don't want to do that.
Now,
Take it down rather than do that.
consistently doesn't necessarily mean every single day, but it does mean you've got to be there. So if someone asks you a question, you want to respond to it. Because then at some point, this happens on Twitter plenty, they ask you a question, you don't respond in a week. They ask you again, you don't respond in a week. And next thing you know, they're retweeting that question to all their friends, and then everyone's like, bro, this organization doesn't respond to us, they're terrible, why don't they care about us, right? So that can spiral out of control very quickly. The last thing is building a consistent brand and consistent design. This is moving into everyone's least favorite but most important marketing term, which is the word brand. But you want to make sure that your Twitter account matches your Facebook account, matches your website, matches your
Right.
blog,
People
matches
should
your Snapchat.
should look at it
Yeah.
and say, oh, that's whatever it is.
Yeah, so your icon is the same or very, very similar, similar color scheme. All of the design stuff that Ethan talked about on day one applies to your social media as well. Okay, so where does social media actually fit in archaeology? We think it's with engagement with publics that you already strive to reach, but through new ways that are not often possible in real life. Okay? So, and every once in a while you're going to find a community you didn't even know you were going to reach that emerges all of a sudden on the internet. So this engagement, there's tons and tons of different groups that you could potentially engage with if you wanted to, and this is going to be a nice long list, which is by no means exhaustive. So the first is just the public, so communities, visitors to your museum, stakeholders in your project, volunteers, people who volunteer at your sites, descendant groups, those publics that we as archaeologists always talk about engaging with anyway, right? Funding sources, so granting agencies, donors. We send emails to our donors all the time, both Montpelier and, we have donors that donate specifically to archaeology. We raise money through social media. So figuring out how to leverage your social media so that it corresponds with fundraising efforts is certainly important. I imagine, Eric, when you guys were, or when that book was getting money raised for it, that somebody probably sent a tweet out at some point that said, please.
Or other posts as
Right.
well.
Yeah, lots of tweets.
Yeah. Clients. So if you run a CRM firm or something like that, federal agencies, the private clientele who's hired you, potential customers. I mean, there's one thing social media is being used for more than anything in the world, right? It's businesses trying to get customers. So if you are if your form of archaeology is working with paying clients, then you can use social media for that too.
We're not suggesting you insert ads or anything like that. We're suggesting you use social media to promote.
If you want to buy ads on Facebook
Yeah,
to advertise,
that's a different issue.
That's
though.
fine.
Yeah.
It's how you've decided to use it, right? The government, federal agencies, SHPOs, local, state, federal representatives. Change.org is a wonderful social media tool where you can get signatures that can be sent out to representatives or local governments or what have you to impact legislation. We just on SHA's blog just had our governmental affairs committee just posted something about the Drive Act in an effort to inform our members about different legislative things that are going on in the world and affect the preservation and archaeological community. So, using these tools to interact with government is another wonderful way to use it. Educators, teachers, faculty, nonprofits, students. These are all people who are interested in archaeology and are interested in the resources that we have available, right? Other researchers, your colleagues, historians, archaeologists, anthropologists. We're a multidisciplinary discipline, so all of these other researchers are on social media in some capacity. I'm sure a lot of you are developing projects that are going to be really specifically focused on a certain subgroup of a certain type of researcher.
Or a certain geographic area.
Sure, exactly, or a certain topic. So the SHA, the Society for Historical Archaeology, social media I run, our audience is specifically historic members of our organization, so historical archaeologists, and potential members of our organization, historical archaeologists. That's who we develop our content for. That's who we're trying to reach. Your own institution. This may be your boss. This may be members of the board, trustees, administrators, people in other departments. I can send posts while I'm in the field. I did this at Campus Archaeology all the time. Lynn would hang out working very hard in her office, and I'd be out in the snow. And I could send a picture to her, and she would see it, and then she'd provide feedback on what next steps might be. That's a very internal way of using it.
But it became external because what we discovered is if I was in a meeting or something and couldn't respond, if Terry phrased the question appropriately, not just to me,
Right.
then we had all sorts of people answering the question in interesting ways. But we discovered it was really a great way to engage people in whatever it was we were doing. And in that particular instance, bringing Terry coffee so he wouldn't freeze.
That was wonderful. But even, our development office is following our social media, and every once in a while we post something that's a great find, and then they send me an email that's like, we would like to know more about that thing so we can send it to these people who may then give us something special in return. As I mentioned earlier, journalists is another wonderful way another group that you could be interacting with to really help get the word out about what you're actually working on. I follow in Orange, Virginia, both on my personal account and through the Montpelier account, following all the local newspapers, magazines, the various reporters who come out to do TV news stories, engaging with those people, talking with those people, letting them know that so when they come out to do a report, I always let them know that we're on social media actively, and these are the accounts where things are happening, so that and they love these tools because they can find stories through them. So so that's really a wonderful way to do it. And then of course other online publications, which we've already been talking about, but that's writ large. Also, people who are writing blogs.
But
and
also,
stuff like
I was going to say, various bloggers. I mean, very interesting for those of you in bioarchaeology. Christina Kilgrove has a very popular blog, but she recently, that blog, she's been asked to blog for Forbes, which she does. And so in a week, she went from having 100,000 hits a year to 200,000 in 5 days. So those are also people, and she's always looking for subjects and things to blog about. So you really need to think a little differently.
Yep. And I think she's watching right now. So.
Yes. So we can all wave.
That's right. So you can do this engagement in a lot of new ways that social media allows you to do that wouldn't necessarily be traditional means. So there's behind the scenes. What's that?
Yes, she is.
No, she just sent a tweet.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you can show the behind the scenes of archaeology, right? Through social media. This doesn't necessarily, so it could be how you wash and clean artifacts, like things you may not think are actually interesting, but that people really do enjoy and are very curious about. Our discipline is fascinating to people, and it becomes never becomes mundane, but it becomes every day for us because it's what we do every day. But that every day is not a normal every day. So we can show that behind the scenes work that people get very interested in.
Yeah, you shouldn't be making the decision in one way that nobody will be interested in what I'm doing. I had an experience with a science reporter for a major newspaper who said to me, "Everything you do is interesting." And I thought, "Oh no, it really isn't." But his point was, "Let me decide that." And if you're willing to share the information, then yes, sure.
You can engage 24/7, right? The internet's always on. So your museum may not be open, but your Facebook page is always open. So you can send out posts in the middle of the night if you want to and catch the late night crowd or catch the international crowd, right? So always remember that it provides 24/7, 365. You can always be interacting with people on social media. Once again, it provides direct communication. So you're breaking down. You can break down walls that typically exist. Get direct access to the archaeologists. It's a great opportunity to discuss process. I like doing this a lot. I think it's really important that the public understands what it is that not only what we do, but how we draw the conclusions that we draw about the past, what our actual process is. So once a week something goes up about stratigraphy and talking about what stratigraphy is and context and those important things. But that process can also reflect to the projects that you guys are working on. Even as you're building those projects, you could be talking about the process of what you're doing. It is something that Sean does very well, for example, through his. But talking about that so that it's actually open is something you can do really well through social media.
And it is a great way to sort of talk about why something didn't work. You know, where you may not want to publish it later, you know, as you're doing it, you really can learn from it, and other people can as well.
Exposing the unseen, and this is a little bit different from behind the scenes, but in this way, what I mean is, you know, we dig hundreds and hundreds of artifacts every day. Those are not all going to make it into the publications, right? But social media gives you an opportunity to bring those small things, those small finds, and give them a platform for the public or for whoever your audience is to engage with them. So, the joy of discovery. This is my favorite part, right? This is what I always say the best part of my job is I get to make discoveries every day. And the next best part of my job is that I get to share those discoveries with people as immediately as possible. I can do that with social media on an enormous scale. So we can pull something out of the ground, I can take a picture of it, and you know, someone on the other side of the ocean is the third person to see that object, right? So social media lets you do that because it's so instantaneous. And it takes you directly to the exact moment that something happens.
Now, you may not be in a situation where you can always do that, depending on the context.
Sure.
But the more you demonstrate your enthusiasm through social media, the more support, financial, otherwise, you'll get. Just to give you a recent example, Campus Archaeology shares everything all the time. And maybe good, maybe bad, but we share, and we're very transparent. But when we were excavating, and I won't say it was an accident, but we were excavating right in front of or back of the administration building, so everybody had to see us all the time too. And because of our constant tweets and Facebook updates and so on, you know, we suddenly got somebody coming down and saying, you know, we were thinking that maybe it would be a really good idea for you to talk about campus archaeology to the university's board of trustees. Well, if I had asked if I could do that, they would have said no. So it really does make a difference.
And a good piggyback off of that is that you can be really big through social media. So campus archaeology, particularly when we started, it was Lynn and it was me. But we could be really big and we could be really loud, and we could, by using social media, we could look like, you know, that we had a crew of 20 and that we
and a
you
real
know,
structure.
Right. So, but at any rate, you can be as big as you want to be on the internet in a lot of ways. And you, of course, don't want to get too big. You want to be able to control it and to make sure you can maintain everything. But you can present yourself as something that's a little bit larger, a little bit louder than other places. So there's no doubt that through social media, Campus Archaeology was able to gain traction and build a bigger audience and a bigger reach on this campus through its social media activity.
And open opportunities to us. I think
Exactly.
it's a very important piece. Opportunities we never would have had otherwise.
You can raise money. Crowdsourcing's already come up as one possible avenue, and Dan can actually probably can speak better to this than I can because you've actually done it. But we've used I've used social media as a means of raising money as well, just through building a campaign around a fundraising effort. So we did Giving Tuesday real big last year and used social media in a really big way to actually leverage that in one day, and able to raise $15,000 through that process, right? By leveraging the community that we'd already built, through social media and through our public programs and stuff like that, and then using social media to get the word out in one day and to get that thing turned around. So, so crowdfunding and crowdsourcing is a fantastic tool, but you need to have a base built for it that you can leverage, and using social media to build that base and then to leverage it, I think is certainly an important strategy. And the last one is using it to raise awareness. So and that can be about social issues, legislation, protecting the past, preservation, raising awareness through the discipline, right? I mean, one of my favorite social media campaigns is the Trowel Blazers, right? Which highlights the work of women in archaeology and geology. That's very much discipline-specific stuff, but is using social media as a tool to do that. Any questions about anything? I think we're doing good. We're gonna ask some questions.
Nobody has questions.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
How frequently or do you recommend? I mean, you have obviously been talking about tweeting all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It depends what you're trying to do.
Right.
Depends what you come up with in your social media strategy.
Exactly, because one piece of it is actually you can schedule these things,
Yeah.
Right.
and I mean you don't have to be sitting at your computer 24/7.
But we will address that in
But you could if you
We'll get
wanted to.
So social media for a project or an institution, I think, and Lynn agrees with me, is most effective when it's intentional, planned, and it's aligned with your actual goals and objectives. So for whatever your project is.
The thing is, it tends to be kind of obvious if it isn't. You look very scattered. You don't look like you know, oh, I'm out here randomly digging and I'm finding stuff and maybe I'm not. It really has to be organized, planned, and targeted.
And to do that, I mean, a lot of this, it was very nice that Ethan did the project management lecture at the beginning of the week, because that's essentially what we're going to suggest that you do for social media is to really develop a plan that lays out everything, why you want to do it, how you're going to do it, what tools you're going to use, all of that stuff. So strategy includes defining objectives. Okay? So why are you on social media? How is it going to actually line up with your project, right? Identifying your audience. Who are you talking to? And those are both things that you will have already done already for your project writ large. So it's worth noting. You can either use social media as your project, like you're doing a social media thing, that's your contribution to this, or use it as a supplement to help boost your the project that you're actually doing. So you need to identify who your audience actually is. Understanding content within context, and we'll get into what that means in a little bit. Choosing the right services and the right tools for your project. Learning the culture of the social media accounts that you choose, because they all have their own culture, they all have their own language. Actually building a plan, so writing it down, and making goals and assessing, defining success and assessing.
Right. Have you done what you thought you were going to do?
All right, so we're going to go through all of those things in a little bit more detail.
I just want to comment, as we're just kind of waiting for people to catch up a little bit. I do want to comment that I hope you all are following the Institute's Twitter account. And if you are, you may or may not know who's doing it. And it's Katie, who's frantically been typing for 4 days now. And it's a very hard thing to do, to live tweet, especially multiple days. So you do have to think about who's going to, I started doing it and I realized that wasn't going to work. And but having live tweeted a lot of things, it can be very complicated.
All right.
Caught up, Katie? Good.
All right, so defining objectives. So remember your work plan, social media strategy is going to have the same objectives. So, and your social media campaign can help you achieve the objectives that you've laid out there. So, the reason that your project exists, your social media account, your main objective probably going to be to support that that project. So some examples would be, like I said, Society for Historical Archaeology. The objective of our social media account is to provide resources for our membership and to increase our membership, right, by demonstrating the value of joining the Society for Historical Archaeology. Okay? Identifying your audience. Once again, same thing. Same people that are going to be in your work plan are probably going to be your audience. But this is definitely something that you want to research, because different groups of people use different types of social media. So you actually want to know, and people are out there doing this research.
And you might want to develop an audience you don't currently have, which means you really need to figure out where they are and what they're doing.
So are the publics that you're trying to reach using social media? That's a good first question. Because if they're not,
you're wasting your
you're
time.
really wasting your time, right? There's no reason to be on social media if the people you're trying to reach aren't there. You shouldn't just have a Facebook page because everyone's having a Facebook page. It might not actually be worth your time and energy. If they are, what social media are they using? Are they using mobile technology? Are they not using mobile technology? And what type of media do they actually enjoy using? Are they into pictures? Do they like poetry? I don't know. And there are some places to actually do this research. Survey the people that you work with, the communities you're already working with right now. Ask them, do a survey, figure out where they are. We did this at Montpelier because we run public programs, so we just sent out a survey and said, how would you like us to interact with you? And the other is to use national surveys, and we're very lucky because the Pew Research Center just yesterday released their 2015 social media survey results. So all kinds of great breakdown by different accounts, by gender, by race and ethnicity, income, education level, rural versus urban, all of those great statistics.
And you have to keep reevaluating it. I mean, you can't, I might like to use particular media, but it could be that everybody who I want to follow is totally moved on to another thing. Well, I can keep using it myself, but I might want to add or change.
Someone wanted to do something with education, right? Working with school kids and high school age kids and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, that's a specific audience that's going to be using social media in a very different way than a community that I might be engaged with, because our programs are working, retirees and stuff like that. So it's a very different group. So like Snapchat might be something you need to learn about.
Yeah.
All right, content and context. So this is sort of two different things mushed into one. But what content do you have available? And what restrictions do you have on your ability to do stuff with it? Okay?
And everyone has restrictions.
Yep. So what forms of media are at your disposal? Do you take a lot of pictures? Do you do video? Do you do text? Do you do audio? What type of media are you producing already? Or do you have stored in boxes or access to? Definitely you need to think about this because it's going to affect what type of social media you end up choosing to use later on. Where is all of that stuff located? You also want to know this. Are you gathering it from the field? Is you producing it in the lab? Is it in a digital database that you're in the process of probably building over the next year, right? Or is it in an archive? Is it on paper, on slides? Are they maps, photos that were printed out, right, or developed?
Which is what we were just discussing at lunch.
Right. Are they in storage somewhere?
She has glass negatives, so.
Oh. There you go. So, because this means that you may have a whole bunch of media that isn't digital, but that you could be using and could make digital, right? And therefore then may be able to actually share. What tools do you actually have at your disposal? So, from a technology standpoint, do you have smartphones that you can use? Do you have digital cameras, audio recording equipment, computers? Do you have a GoPro? Do you have video recording equipment? If you have a bunch of stuff that needs to be scanned, do you have the tools to do this? Do you have Wi-Fi access? And if you're going to want to do stuff in the field, do you actually have the capability of putting things on the internet from the field? So just sort of doing a scan of the technological things you have at your disposal or that you may be able to have at your disposal. And then also look at the people who you have available to you. We all have a bunch of skills that, some of you are probably wonderful photographers. So that's a skill set that you may have an employee or an intern or someone who has that skill that you could leverage and really use.
Or you could find a volunteer who might do that.
You may have someone with a journalism background. Those people know how to write blog posts very well. They understand all the different parts of writing a catchy piece because they've been taught it. So looking at the people who you work with and getting ideas to what their skill sets actually are. Okay, context. What restrictions do you have within your institution or your project or your life that is going to affect what you're able to actually do? Do you have money? Do you have a budget? Do you have those types of resources that you're going to be able to put towards getting a new camera or signing up for certain web services that you're going to need? Maybe you have a budget so that you could do Facebook advertising or something like that. How much do you actually have from a funding standpoint? How much time do you have? Social media is free in that you don't have to pay with cash for your Twitter account. But to use it effectively, you're going to have to actually
put time into
it, right? So you want to get a good scope as to what kind of time you actually have available.
This one's very important.
Institutional policies.
Every institution has a social media policy. Every single one. I'm sure people will tell me that their college or university doesn't or their corporation doesn't, but they do. They all do.
If they don't, they're working on one because they realize they should have one.
Yeah. Everybody has one.
Or the fact that you start social media and your institution isn't doing social media is going to immediately freak
Right.
them out, and then
Right.
they're going to have a social
They're
media
going to
policy.
say, wait a minute, we need to control that.
So that means you need to read it, right? Understand what the limitations are within it, and then figure out how to work within it. So, and some of them are going to be really broad and let you do a whole lot of things. Some of them are going to be incredibly restrictive and not let you do a whole lot of things. And so at Montpelier, our department has had to work with the communications department to be allowed to use the social media accounts that we use. And it means that we can't use other social media accounts, or we can't use them in ways that we would have originally, right?
And you should negotiate. I mean, if it just says you can't do this, well, maybe that is what's going to happen, but you can also negotiate it a bit as well.
So we weren't allowed to start our own Facebook page for the archaeology department, but I do have access to Montpelier's Facebook page, and I am allowed to post on it no more than once a day. Okay? That's fine. That's great. I'm happy with that. Privacy issues. Is the content that you want to produce and share restricted in some capacity? Relating to privacy, all of that stuff. So, understand the rights and all of that come along with the content that you're producing.
And think about that very broadly, that privacy issue. It may not just be what you think is important. It may be your institution, it might be your funding agency, it might be, other kinds of issues. But so really think about privacy issues very broadly before you start posting things.
Ethical concerns. Do you or your institution have ethical concerns relating to proprietary software, services, all of that stuff. So it may just be how you feel about it personally, maybe how your boss feels about it, which may be different than you, but you still got to work within those constraints, right? And again, that may just mean social media is not for you. But whatever, that's fine. It's not a problem.
Our personal opinion is you should consciously make that decision.
Yeah.
And after you've done some research.
Right. And then again, technological limitations. You have enough bandwidth to do what you want to do. If you're going to do a bunch of giant 3D image, like you want to do 3D scans of stuff, and well, can you actually do that with the bandwidth that you have?
Will
and the
anybody
location
but
that
you be able to see it?
Exactly. Will your audience be able to see it? What do you have at your disposal, and what's going to really restrict you? And this may be as simple as, you may have an IT guy who you need to go talk to. You're like, I want to do this. Is this possible? So, and he may be like, no, it's not. You can't do that. I'm sorry. All right. So the third step here is doing research on all the different social media services that are out there. There's tons of them. There's obviously the major, big-time popular ones. We're going to just quickly go through some of those. But you want to know what they are. You want to know who's using them. And you want to start learning about the culture that exists within them to figure out if they're the right fit for you. That's going to require a lot of playing. So I sign up for pretty much every social media account that comes out. I do a personal account, and I mess around in it for a little while, and I try and figure out, is this going to be useful for me, or is this a waste of my time, based on what I'm trying to do with social media.
And sometimes you'll think, this has got to be perfect for me and for archaeology. I just got to, and then you go on and you discover nobody there is who you want to try to reach in any way. So you have to be willing to fail at this a lot.
So we're just going to go through some of the big ones. I don't know if you guys heard of Facebook before, but I think this one's got legs. Who's on Facebook? Okay, who runs an actual page on Facebook? Not a personal profile, but an actual page. Learning how to use Facebook as a page. Once you go from being a user of Facebook as yourself to someone who is actually running Facebook through a page, it's a whole other experience. This is when you start to learn just how Facebook works. If you can actually even ever figure out how Facebook works, because it's changing all the time. But Facebook pages are simultaneously really, really powerful, but then also really, really heavily controlled. So developing content for Facebook and making it so that other people actually see it, the people who are liking your Facebook pages, can be very, very hard to do, because Facebook is increasingly turning into a pay-to-play space, because they've got to make money because they're a business. Right? But the thing about Facebook is pretty much everybody is on Facebook.
Anybody who uses social media usually has
anyone who uses the internet is using Facebook for the most part. So it's as far as what audiences are there and what audiences aren't there, most of them are on Facebook in some capacity. So and then running a page and managing a page is something that again, you're going to have to play with it. It was one of the reasons why we suggested that you all sign up for a Facebook and develop a Facebook page, was to start seeing it through those eyes, because it's very different, I think, anyway.
It is, and also the other thing about Facebook, I'm not a huge Facebook fan, but one of the things about Facebook is as much as I would like to think people don't do this, they actually try to learn about things by searching for pages on Facebook. Mm-hmm. And so, if you're not there, nobody's going to know about you.
Yeah, more people have probably gone to Campus Archaeology's Facebook page to learn about campus archaeology than initially going to the Campus Archaeology website.
Exactly.
So having a presence there and being there is important for that reason, among others. Yeah.
I was just thinking, sometimes I find it funny, sometimes if you search something in Google, like the Facebook
Right.
page will come up before the web page.
Exactly.
Whatever
Yeah.
you're looking for. Why is that? I mean, is that something you want to think about as well when you're choosing which, if someone's just going to search you,
Right.
what
Yeah, I mean,
is-
Facebook. So a Facebook page has a whole bunch of information. This is the thing about Facebook, and this is what makes it simultaneously terrifying and incredibly powerful. Is it's a giant demographic database. That's what it is. So that makes it, as once you start using it as a page, that's when it becomes really powerful, because you can pay for advertising, and you can say,
Or for boosting.
or for boosting a post or something like that, and you can say, I want this post to only show up on Facebook walls of people between the ages of 19 and 23 who live in East Lansing, Michigan, who have brown hair, who are
Right.
women, and who really like Game of Thrones.
Right.
And I only want to pay for 50 clicks in 1 month period at this rate.
It's really
So-
quite extra. I posted or shared on Facebook a recipe for ancient Roman bread the other day, and it cracked me up because when it came up, there was an ad for Panera right next to it.
But you were able to have that, but it just means that you need to put, if you notice that your Facebook page is showing up really high in people's Google searches, you want to make sure that, the information on your Facebook page is, it's active, you're present, and that it gets the information across that you need to get across. So.
And it's not always possible to train Google to go to where you want it to go. That's a big mystery for many people.
Okay, Twitter. Who's on Twitter? All right. Who's brand new to Twitter as of this week? Welcome. Twitter was my social media home. This is where I got into social media, so I've always had a soft spot for it. It's pretty much plateauing, it seems like, as far as users are concerned, but there's lots of different subcultures living on Twitter and groups living on Twitter. Restricted with 140 characters, so you're limited as to what you can actually do. But you can embed links and images, GIFs, all kind of stuff that you can actually put into Twitter posts. The thing about Twitter is you need to be updating it constantly, because you post it
Goes
and
away.
then it's gone. And then so you need to be, if you're going to use Twitter, you want to be as present as you possibly can. I mean, there are
And-
lots of tools that automate all of this.
Right,
so.
and that's what I was going to say. If we were going to talk about scheduling, but one of the things about Twitter is you might want to schedule the same tweets to come up several times a day. Not so much that people think you're obnoxious, but
Right, and there are a lot of great tools that give you an opportunity to make them a little bit different, but to do it very quickly. Particularly if you're doing links and stuff like that to content. So, Instagram. Who's on Instagram? So Instagram is, I really like Instagram quite a lot. It is owned by Facebook, so that is, of course, that's something you need to take into consideration with pretty much all of these is who owns your content when you put it up. Facebook.
and so
That's what
that
happens.
should change what it is you put up.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to use it understanding that somebody else can.
Right. That
Take it.
Facebook can take your
Right.
Instagram post and use it in an advertisement. Like these are things that it's all in all the tiny things that you probably agreed to. So you just have to know that and figure out if you're cool with that possibility happening, and then recognize that probably won't, but it is possible. Instagram is about 95% mobile. So you can't post a picture on Instagram without a mobile device. You can't go to Instagram.com and post a picture. You can comment, you can like, but you need a mobile device to really use
Yeah,
this
you can
tool
see
effectively.
things on Instagram.
This is one of those apps where you take a picture and then you can do, sorted filters and mess with it and then post a message, and it's up and everyone can see it. Hashtags are really big in the language of Instagram
And Twitter.
and Twitter, but particularly here, it's really a very big deal. If I post something without hashtags, I might get 20 likes on it. If I post something with 5 hashtags, I'll get double, triple that amount, because people use them to search for content. So we just posted a wine bottle today,
Mhm.
and we use all of the hashtags that relate to Virginia wine that are completely developed for wine drinkers. But I've got a busted wine bottle that I found. I'm going to infiltrate the wine drinkers of Virginia Instagram people, because that's public. They're out there. They might be interested in it. If they're drinking wine in Virginia, they're in the same region that our museum is in. So anyway, Instagram is very popular.
And there's a
And particularly
particular
with the college
demographic.
aged,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's a demographic where it is especially popular. So if you're trying to reach that demographic, then that is something you might want to use.
So this summer, I had, during our field schools, I had each field school student every day was in charge of our Instagram account. So they were posting content through Instagram, and it had to be reviewed and stuff like that by staff. So it became a teachable opportunity because they had to write about what they were actually posting. But I knew it was a tool that a lot of them were already using. So and now they're all following our Instagram account. So we're building, continuing that experience beyond their field school and taking it into hopefully, the rest of their lives. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I don't know how, my knowledge of Instagram is, a lot of teenagers use it.
They do.
And what I've heard recently, by listening to my daughter and friends, is that there's a certain time, the prime time for posting.
That's true on every single one of these.
Do you have a sense of the demographics for Instagram? Is it really
I
young people,
don't-
college people?
Yeah, no, it's 30 and under.
Yeah.
So it was, what's happened with a lot of these social media accounts is that all the kids were on Facebook, and then all their parents got on Facebook, so now they're trying to find other places to go,
Yeah.
right? And then as you move into these other social media accounts, they get more and more anonymous as they keep. So Snapchat's incredible, like the content
Yeah.
disappears very instantaneously. Yik Yak is a new one that's completely anonymous posting. If you work at a university, log into Yik Yak for 5 minutes, puke a little in your mouth, and then run away.
Move on. But you do have, in each case, it's pretty easy to find out what prime times are.
Who's on Flickr? Flickr's a really wonderful site. It's Yahoo. It's pretty much, I think, what's keeping Yahoo afloat. But it's really great because you have control over your content,
Right.
photos.
You own it.
You
They don't.
you can set all the restrictions on Flickr. So it's visual and it's photographs. So it's a really nice place to dump a lot of the
And
photo
it's a
content.
it's
that
a
you
nice
generate.
place to store it,
Mhm.
and you still have it accessible.
You can't put comments or can you,
Mhm.
can you annotate?
Yep.
You can.
Yeah.
Earlier, you guys and other presenters brought up the links that Colleen Morgan, for example, had between Flickr and her blog. So do they change often, the way that it looks or functions, so that you should maybe?
You should be that way with all of these things.
It happens
yeah,
with
I mean,
everything.
these are all proprietary services,
Yeah.
so you
Things
don't have,
break all
you don't
the
have any
time.
control over this stuff. So things are going to change. Flickr did go through a big revamp not too long ago. Yeah, so you'd always want to, if you have stuff automated, you always want to check those automations
Yes,
to make sure
because
that
we're
they're working.
telling you that you should go out and break things, but while you're doing that, a whole bunch of other people are doing things that are going to break what you're doing.
Who's on Pinterest? All right. According to Pew Research, this is the second most popular social media site behind Facebook now. That was not the case last year. There's also an enormous percentage of women who are on Pinterest.
Yes.
And it's a very visual site.
I mean,
So-
logically, it makes sense for archaeology
Mhm.
in terms of being very visual and being able to sort of link things, images together, and so on. But yeah, it does have a very specific audience.
So if you're doing a project that's focused on women in archaeology or something like that, or the study of women and gender or things like that, this really may be a good place for you to go. Yeah.
A lot of educators use Pinterest, like teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They
elementary
share
and high
thoughts,
school. Yeah.
They share ideas for classroom activities and things like that.
Collectors people who do the antiques, stuff like that. So if you're doing ceramic work, needlework, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, there's,
knitters, yeah.
So if you're doing
Crafty
things
people.
like that, if you're building a ceramics database or something like that, this may be a place to. There's people who really love ceramics. I know that I have people on my staff, curators, who are on Pinterest looking for, prints that might match what the. So you can also use these things as research tools in a lot of ways, also, because other people are putting content up. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's one of the reasons I don't like using it. But yes, you are correct.
Yep. MailChimp. Who uses email? MailChimp is one of many email services for building email lists, developing newsletters, sending them out. This is the one that I use a lot. Email, I think, is a form of social media. It's definitely worth building into a social media strategy. Everybody has email, and everyone checks it. And it's not like Facebook or Twitter where you post something and it disappears. It's in your inbox. So someone's going to have to, you at least have to click on it and look at it and decide that you want to delete it, unless you've set up, your junk mail is either really effective or really ineffective.
We really, Campus Archaeology tends to not use MailChimp for a lot of reasons, mainly being that the people we're trying to reach hate email, and students don't look at email. But what I do want to say is that this is a question of really thinking about your audience. In Terry's case at Montpelier, they build, these are people who've been on their expeditions or somehow they've gotten their name, and they want to continue to communicate with these people and keep them engaged. And many of those people absolutely read email and really like it.
And we've already built an email relationship with the people who've come on our programs, because we've communicated to them about the programs through email. So we send out a monthly newsletter that's got big pictures on it and stuff like that, and little descriptions, and then links to other stuff to keep people engaged in the work that they'd already been doing with us. MailChimp's it's a giant database, so you can put phone numbers, where people live, zip codes, gender, any subdivision you want. So that means that if we're having a big event that is on Saturday and it's in Virginia, I'll just send an email that says, send an email to everyone who lives within a 50-mile radius of Orange, Virginia, and I'll advertise that event and I'll send it to them. That way I don't have to send it to the people in California. They're not coming. That's not going to happen. So I don't bother messing up with their inbox too badly. But I can target the specific people that I want to target. So I know everybody hates email, but from a marketing perspective, from an outreach perspective, a lot of people have it. So you've got a higher rate of connecting with people through email than you do with pretty much any other social media tool. WordPress has already been talked about today. This is really just representative of all kinds of blogs. Blogging is a great way to do long form content and to dive a little bit deeper into the stuff that you've already been doing, and then use your social media accounts to push it out.
Right, and we always point, when we use social media, we always point back to our website.
Okay, so we've gone through 3 different things, right? We've gone through your audience, content and context, and your social media services. After you've done all of this homework, you want to look at these things and then actually see where they all intersect. So the social media accounts that are fitting in here, in the center spot, where these things overlap, are the ones that you really want to start focusing on. So is it where the people you want to communicate are? Does it fit within the context that you are working within and the content that you actually have to share? Then those are really the spots that you want to focus your attention. Does that make sense? Okay, the next bit is to actually make a plan, to actually write this out. Establish a systematic plan for posting, schedules, etc. Write it down, and then try to stick to it as best as you can.
That's the hard part.
Right. It will be very hard the first time because you probably will try and do too much. And then you'll learn about it, and then you can revamp. So we'll get to that. So when you actually make a plan, and this, like, I'm literally talking about writing up a document. Okay, this is what I actually write up a document. So don't let this live in your head, because you may have to transfer it to somebody else, right?
Hopefully you will, because you don't want to do everything yourself.
That's right. So write up your objectives. Write up the audience that you're trying to reach, okay? The tools that you're actually going to use. The content that you're going to post. I'm going to go through all of these in a little bit more detail. The actual logistics of posting. The schedule of when posts and things like that happen. Defining success and setting goals. Analytics and assessment. And we are going to go through all of these so you don't have to break your fingers. Okay. So in your tools section, list your social media accounts that you're going to use. List the actual hardware you're going to use. So the camera, the GoPro, the whatever, the smartphone. List the software you're going to use. And then also the digital services that you're going to use. So this is beyond just the social media accounts, but the actual, the various tools that help you do this. I thought I had specific tools listed. All right, content. What content are you using? Are you going to post pictures? What are they going to be pictures of? Are you going to be posting different elements from, if you're building a database, are you going to be posting, things out of your Quora site that you've set up, things like that? Where is it going to get posted? You may have decided that you're going to use Facebook, you're going to use Pinterest, and you're going to use Twitter. So you may decide that because the culture of those spaces is slightly different, that you're only going to post certain images or certain types of content to certain accounts. Does that make sense? So you want to actually be specific about. In Twitter, we're going to post links. So like, I use Twitter a lot for Montpelier as a means of engaging with other archaeologists because I know there's a big archaeology community on Twitter. So I'm going to post things differently there than I'm necessarily going to post. So like, I did not post on Instagram that I'm going to be doing this because I'm not engaging with archaeologists on Instagram. Twitter's different. So how is the content that you're posting and where you're posting it actually going to feed back to your objectives? Just make sure you're always feeding back to that stuff so you understand why you're doing what you're doing. How is it fitting into the constraints that you make sure that it's still fitting into the constraints that you have.
And if you're having, if you're not the only one posting things, you do have to think about things like, do I want to approve every single thing that gets posted? Or, do I need to set up new constraints on people who are posting who are not me? And now that's really important. We've had to pull back things a number of times.
And then lastly, which audience is it directed towards? So again, if you're using Twitter to focus on a specific group of people, just be explicit about that. Logistics. Who does what? Who's doing the posting? Who's doing the, so like I said, I've trained my whole staff how to use Instagram. That was a gradual process. But we have one person who's very much assigned to the responsibility of, she does a lot of the posting for us. She's also going to be the person who does a lot of the assessment, things like that. So, being very specific about who's responsible for what.
And for example, with campus archaeology, because we're just in effect the sort of two people who are technically the campus archaeologist and then me, any student, graduate student or undergraduate who works with us does a blog post, and we have those all scheduled out, and who does what when.
I guess it might, so for the Society for Historical Archaeology, it's very different, where we have it set up so that I have content being produced out of our different subcommittees within the organization. And each one of those committees has a social media liaison who works with me to get stuff posted. They generate the content, or they go out and find guest authors to generate that content. right? So it's very important for me to be explicit about what their responsibilities are, what my responsibilities are, what the guest author's responsibilities are, so that so that actually works in some way. Because otherwise, it was going to be like me trying to generate all the content, and that was not going to work. Particularly because when I started doing that, I was like a third-year grad student, and I had no business writing blog posts about archaeology at that point. Where do things get posted from? Is it happening in the field? Are they happening in the lab? Right? Just where is that content actually supposed to be coming from? The schedule. This is really important and also really hard to do. But if you set a schedule, you may not stick to it, but at least you have a set of expectations written down, right?
No, sometimes it can be as simple as I am going to be sure that I post, from Facebook once a day. Or I am going to do a Twitter post at least every morning and afternoon, or something like that. You don't have to say, 10 o'clock necessarily.
Right.
You can.
So Montpelier, we try and schedule a find of the day. So that way we at least know that every day one thing goes out. It's the thing we found that was the most awesome, right? But we're also posting if we find a bunch of awesome things, or if there's other stuff that's happening, we're going to post that sort of as they happen throughout the day. So for Society for Historical Archaeology, we had to build an editorial calendar for the blog, so that I know, so that I don't have like 7 posts all happening on Monday and then nothing happening for 3 months, or so that it's all spaced out and so people know when things are due, stuff like that. You want to be explicit on that schedule about who's actually responsible for those tasks. So who is responsible for writing that blog post that happens next week?
And anybody who posts for Campus Archaeology, in terms of blog posts, we have them scheduled out and they know when they're due. Because we won't let them direct post, we always check them before they get published.
Right. So how are you holding people accountable for getting the post done that they're supposed to get done? So for me, that's usually sending an email.
Yeah, I mean, we're not,
Lately, that's my
hanging them
liaison
in
sending
public
me
or
emails that are like, why haven't you posted this thing yet?
we
I'm like,
and
"I'm
we don't
sorry."
post on the blog, we don't say, well, Sam Smith was supposed to be posting today, but he didn't show up, so
No.
you don't do that.
So the one thing that is very helpful for scheduling is automation. Some people really think this is a big giant no-no because it suggests that you're not present. So if you're going to automate, you still need to be checking in regularly to those accounts that you're automating to make sure you're engaging with the community that is engaging with your content. So automation is not an excuse for not being present.
Right.
What it allows you to do is if you are in the field from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., it allows you to make sure you're still able to post content during that time. So if you've got a blog post that you want to get out, you can use automation tools to post that at 9 o'clock in the morning and, during lunch, and then again at 3, and then again at 8 o'clock, right? So that people actually see all of this stuff. Because people are on the internet at different times of day. You may be in the field outside.
And it's also a way for you to have a sort of a baseline. We're talking about projects here, we're not talking about individuals. So it's a way for you to have a baseline to make sure that your project is out there.
I'm going to go through a couple tools real quick that help me with the scheduling. The first is a tool called Trello. Has anyone ever seen a doing done board? You know what I'm talking about? Like where you have up on the wall and you have a bunch of note cards and you move them from these things I have to do and then you gradually move them. Trello is like a giant internet doing done board that you can create as many of those as you want.
Yeah.
And you can actually move cards across. And it also has a calendar associated with it. So I've used this to set up the editorial calendar for SHA. So all of my liaisons are in it. They all have, each column is a different committee, and then you can flip the cards over and type on them. It's pretty slick. It's worth messing around with. It's a really neat tool. You can use it for a whole bunch of other things. It was not designed to be a blog editorial calendar, but it lets you do that.
It has a lot of flexibility.
Hootsuite is. I have a love-hate with Hootsuite.
I just hate it.
Yeah. I love the idea of Hootsuite. I don't think it works as well as it could, but what it does really well is two things. It schedules posts, or three things actually. It schedules posts. You can have a whole bunch of different types of accounts on it, so you can run Facebook and Twitter and Google Plus and I think Instagram and a number of different tools from it. And it also collects analytics. So has anyone ever seen a link that is ow.ly, the Owly short links? Those are tweets that are being sent from Hootsuite. What Hootsuite does is it is counting clicks and a whole bunch of other data through what's happening when people click those buttons, so that then you get all that data. Yeah.
Is that just on the ones that managed scheduled posts? If you go and post something additional?
Oh,
If you post it from within Hootsuite,
yes.
then
That's the trick.
and just you don't have to schedule it. You just have to either post it through the Hootsuite web interface, or they have a what are they? A little button that you can. I forgot completely. Just blanked on what those things are called.
It's one of the reasons I'm not
Bookmark it
a
or
big
whatever.
fan of it.
But my favorite scheduling tool is Buffer. Buffer's really focused on just scheduling, and it makes the posts look really nice. You can you can do images with it. So you can, if you have a blog post and you want to schedule that blog post, you actually open up the blog post and then you click on the image, and it'll input that image as a Facebook page and allow you to write a comment above it with a link. And it does all the same analytic tracking as well. The interface is so much nicer. It's pretty looking. You do have a limited amount of accounts on both Hootsuite and Buffer that you can use for free to a certain point, and then you start paying them. For automation, if this, then that is a wonderful tool.
It's great.
Literally just sets up if this, then that rules. So
Makes you
if
feel
I
like you
post-
got to do something too.
If I post a photo on Instagram with the hashtag DigMontpelier, then post it to Twitter, right? If I anything you can come up
Right.
with.
If I
it
tweet
can pretty much
something
do.
and I put the hashtag FB, post it to Facebook, so that you don't have to go to each thing.
There's another tool out there called Zapier, Zapier, that I really like because it talks to MailChimp. So you can start setting up automations for that as well, which is nice.
And there are bunches of other things.
There's tons of
There are
these things.
just tons of them. You have to kind of play with them to see if it's going to work for you. Like some things I've discovered, I ignore them. I just don't want to use them. And other things I really use regularly. And so you really have to play.
All right, we're back to our list of what you're writing up. Defining success and setting goals. So what does your successful social media campaign look like on Twitter? If you're using Twitter, what's going to make it successful? Is it getting 150 new followers? Is it making sure you have an engagement opportunity and a communication with somebody once a week? What is it that's going to make you feel like you did this right? And then set goals that are going to reflect that. So, and make sure they're measurable. The nice thing about the internet is you can count everything. So use those things effectively. So establish a time frame for your goals. It's going to be every quarter that you're going to do your measuring. Is it going to be annually? Is it going to be every week? Develop the actual goals. Make them realistic. Don't go crazy. You're probably not going to get like 2,000 followers in your first week.
Yeah, don't set yourself up to fail. Failing's okay, but don't encourage yourself to.
Well, but here's what happens is people either don't set goals and then they have no idea if what they're doing works, or they set goals that are completely unattainable and then they assume that they've failed. So as opposed to setting goals that are actually achievable that you can work within, and then you can build on that stuff, because what you do is like, oh, I signed up for Facebook and no one came to my page and it didn't work. and then you just stop. Social media is dumb; it never works for me. Well,
Right.
You know.
You have to do something more than that.
Right. So analytics and assessment. Like I said, the internet, you can count everything. So social media, you can count everything as well. So you want to identify the tools that you're going to use. And we'll go through a couple of these. Like I said, Hootsuite is one of those things. Some of these sites have things built into them. Facebook, Twitter, they have analytical tools built into them already.
And we've already talked about tags, which is Twitter. It creates a Google Doc from Twitter of all those things. That's what Sean set up, and what? Oh, and so we are a lot of people here do know how to use that, and it can be very helpful to you.
Right, so you could look at a whole slew of tweets coming out of this, and you could make a word cloud, and you could actually determine, you could use it as an assessment tool for this event. So you guys should look at that word cloud. Did people actually talk about digital archaeology through the tweets?
I have to say that word clouds look cool, but I don't ever know how to use what I do with them. Once they look nice, but then what?
So collect the data, do things with it, right, to see if it actually is, we've all learned how to make data pretty this week, so that's nice and usable. Figure out if you met your goals. Did you actually attain them? If yes, figure out why and then build on them, right? Set new goals for your next step. And if not, figure out why and then build on that information. It's very, you very well may have not stuck to your schedule. And then figure out why you didn't stick to it. Wasn't it an unobtainable schedule?
Or did you not do the research you should have done in the beginning in terms of where your audience is?
No. And then lastly, figure out if something unexpected happened. So play a little bit with that data and look at that information.
Which it will.
So, you may have gotten on Facebook because you wanted to work with a very specific group that you haven't worked with before, and you know that that's a potential target audience, and then that group never showed up, but this whole other group of people showed up that you had no idea was the group of people that were going to be interested in what you're doing. Well, now you've got a new audience, right? And you've discovered this because you're doing analytics and stuff like that. So how do you reach that group?
Genuineness.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of them. Okay, like I said, some of these, from an analytics viewpoint, Facebook has really very detailed, they're called insights. You can get to them when you run a Facebook page. They can tell you all kinds of things, like I said, because it's a very powerful demographic database. But also, someone had mentioned specific timing, like when to post, when not to post. This will actually tell you, what days of week what times of day people are interacting with your content most. So you can start being more strategic about when you're going to post things to Facebook, because you know that, you may all of a sudden realize that for some reason at 9:30 at night, all of the people who like your Facebook page are on Facebook. So you may want to make sure you post something at 9:30 at night because your people are there.
Right. This morning when I had Twitter open. I had Twitter open, and all of a sudden, at almost exactly 10 a.m., it just started going like crazy. All of these posts started coming in. Now maybe it's because everybody had them scheduled, but it was really notable. And I follow several accounts, so it was very dramatic.
Bitly is another service that counts links, makes links countable. So in the same way that Hootsuite does that with their Owly links, Bitly is one that focuses specifically on link generation. So you don't have to go through Hootsuite to use this. It's its own independent service. So you may have noticed that in the email I sent you all with the link to the Google spreadsheet, it's a bit.ly/something social media, something or other. That's a link that I made specifically for that Google Doc. So I was all day sort of looking to see if people were actually opening it, because I could actually see how many people opened it, what time of day they opened it, stuff like that. So it's a good way to start to figure out, okay, I posted this same link 5 different times throughout the day, and then you can see, did anyone click on it on the 9 a.m. post versus the 11 a.m. versus the 1 p.m. versus the 8 p.m. You can actually see when people are.
Don't think about it too much, because you'll think it's creepy.
But if Well, I've noticed that when I post on Twitter for Montpelier that we're hiring, I get a lot of clicks on those. A lot more clicks on job postings than I do from other things. And well, what it tells me though is that my audience on Twitter is probably a lot of archaeologists. So, which is fine. That's the audience I want to engage there. So you can learn things from this stuff. Like Hootsuite again does a lot of that. Okay, it's 4:25. Weird.
Well, we can just point them to the
Correct.
examples. That's fine.
I was going to go through these, but everyone looks like they're falling asleep. So, and the three things that Lynn and I run and worked on. So the MSU Campus Archaeology program, in that Google Doc, I put links to all of the different accounts that are used in these three examples. And I'm more than happy to go through all of these with you guys as far as how we're actually doing automation and stuff like that, but we can do that later. So Campus Archaeology is one of them. Society for Historical Archaeology is another one. So Campus Archaeology, you have Flickr account and blog and Twitter and
Facebook.
SHA, we are blog, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. Those are the only 4 things we're using. A lot of that is just self-preservation, but and then Montpelier, our archaeology department, we are using Twitter and Instagram and Google Plus. That is it's a carryover from my predecessor. We're still using that because we have a tiny little community there. And then, like I said, Facebook I can only use through the institution. The blog is through the institution, so we don't have our own independent blog. We're using the news blog on our main website, stuff like that. So, anyway, if you guys have any questions about any of those or other things, yeah.
Kind of a general question.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of social media sites like Pinterest offer you the option to be a business or an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have thoughts on
If
that
you're
at all?
an individual, be an individual.
Yeah.
And if you're a business,
But if
so-
you're a project,
if you're a project, I would.
Tweeting is your project.
Right,
That's
right.
I would go as a business
Because
because
you-
that's going to come along with all the analytics
Right.
information.
that's the reason.
Yeah. Well, and because people look for that, I think users of social media expect things that aren't actual human beings to fall into that category. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I just have a question regarding like how to handle the ethical concerns.
Mhm.
Because, like, and I'm sure other people in this room are in the same situation as myself. For my project, I'm going to be involving like 3 different like entities. So, would you suggest like should there be like a formal sit down to
Yes.
talk about it?
Yes.
And should I like get some sort of like record saying what we agreed on? Or
What I would do first is, depending on what the entities are,
Yeah.
see if they have policies
Okay.
in place.
Okay.
They often will, they often won't.
Right.
And then, if you're going to do a sit down where you at least have some points that,
Yeah.
don't just say, what do you think about us doing
Right.
a Facebook page? I
Yeah.
mean, that wouldn't be productive.
I'd write up what we just
Yeah.
talked about writing up
Right.
but write it as a proposal.
Right.
Okay.
Write it as something that this is an agenda for our discussion.
So would you say that, would it be okay for me to meet with them like individually, or should we all be like together?
I would do it as a group,
Okay,
and you might then have to go back and do it individually as well.
okay,
But, so you, in a way, you almost have to do both. Sometimes if you meet in a group, then people are intimidated and they won't
Right.
say things.
yeah,
Sometimes, the reverse is true. So I would try to do both,
Yeah.
but make sure you get everyone's opinion.
And it's
Right.
going to be, I'd go in individually first to be like, do you have a social media policy?
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I'm thinking about building this into my project in some capacity. I'd like to
Talk to
take your policy, the 2 other groups' policies,
okay,
mush them together, see what, then you can figure out what you actually can do.
okay,
You may only be able to write a blog where you write
Right.
about,
Right.
where it's all internal
And
to
that's
the
fine
website.
if that's what it is.
okay.
Yeah.
Just as a rough guess,
Mhm.
how much time are each of you spending per week on these various institutional and social projects? So, for instance, the Montpelier.
Yeah,
the
that's-
Historical
man, that is such a,
Just broad.
yeah, probably an hour for Montpelier, but that's because I have
Other people.
a staff and I've
Right.
trained other people how to do it, so I don't have to, right? So I'm just overseeing it and stuff like that. For SHA, that's a whole other ballgame, and that's the amount of time I should be spending on it per week,
Right.
and that's probably 3 to 5 hours at this point.
Now,
Which is why I'm gonna
for
not
campus
doing it
archaeology, I'm
enough.
in the same position. I mean, I don't get paid for doing campus archaeology. I get, but I do pay people to do it. And, the campus archaeologist is probably the person who spends the most time on it, but I do tweet and I do, post for campus archaeology also, and I spend a couple hours a week on that,
And it really depends on what
checking things
and
and
what
various
content
things.
you're producing.
Mhm.
So at Montpelier, we're taking pictures of stuff as we find them and typing 4 sentences about them
Right.
and posting it. That takes 5 minutes.
Right. If you're in the field, it's actually much easier.
But if you're sitting down to write a really comprehensive blog post about an object, then you're doing research. So, and you've got, that takes a different type of energy. But then at the same time, you're also doing research.
Right.
So, which is good, right?
Can it take a lot of time? Yes, if you let it. Which is why you want to do a plan.
Yeah.
It absolutely could eat up every minute of your day, but don't let that happen.
You had a question?
Yeah. I was, to build off of Tabitha's question, so say after you had a meeting with people, would you still suggest that, like, in the instance where you're working with multiple entities, that you get them to sign something, or would you just type up minutes and be like, this is what we agreed upon, just to be less abrasive? Because sometimes when people are asked to fully commit, it's like, oh, I don't know, 'cause I can see this
Yeah,
going wrong.
yeah,
It's
I
like,
wouldn't.
Well, like in my situation, the research I'm using for the project was partially done by University Field School and then partially done by my company a couple years ago.
Mhm.
So they're not going to be like actively involved with what I'm doing,
Right.
but I am using the
Mhm,
research they
mhm.
produced.
Right.
So
Yeah, I think you have to negotiate it out, and you have to give them the opportunity that when they see you've typed everything up and it's in print, they're like, whoa, I don't know that I want to do that.
yeah.
You have to go back and
And you
forth.
can give them outlets too. You can
Yeah.
be like, look, I'm going to be reassessing this every
Okay.
Right.
3 months or every 6 months. So let's try it for 6 months.
And you really have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You really
That's the
have to
right-
keep reassessing because, you may suddenly find that, you know what, I really need to be on this new thing, and so we gotta figure that in.
yeah.
This may not be a question that both of you can answer right now, but it comes back a little to what Ethan was talking about the first day. You said that all of these platforms should look very similar for your
Yes.
project. Do you have any tips for the aesthetically challenged? Just saying.
I mean, you can
Yeah.
use color. You can use various things.
There's a really wonderful website
Our-
called color.adobe.com, and they make color palettes for you. It's wonderful.
Now, campus
But-
archaeology, we happen to have a graduate student who doesn't do she's not an archaeologist, who is a really excellent artist, and I had her do our logo.
That goes back to when we were talking about
Right.
what resources do you have
Right.
available for you, right? So.
And she did an awesome adaptation for Halloween.
So you have to be imaginative
Zombies,
is
yeah.
what you're saying. That
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figure out
Depends
what
on
resources
your
you have.
resources.
I mean, if you're working with, however you're designing whatever project you're going to be doing, whatever resources you're using for that, I would just try and bundle this into
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
You could have a contest too.
Stacy?
Maybe at the top, is there any research done on social media usage in urban versus rural environments? And I ask this because the majority of my state is on
Rural.
internet coverage.
Right.
I have no Wi-Fi, anything, no internet
Yep.
for hours
Mhm.
until I get back to my university. And so we often go to the library in our that's near our site that's open like 2 days.
Yeah.
We use it to post blogs, but I'm pretty sure that the locals down there don't use it, so we've gone to like paper methods. and
Sure.
Then that's the way to do it. Is there research? Yeah, there is.
There is.
The Pew Research
Go
study I was
look at-
talking
they
talking
did
about
rural
does
versus.
rural urban. So, but
Someone, could you share that, like, on
yeah, it's in the Google,
Oh, is it?
the Google
Yeah,
Doc.
it
Yep.
is.
Yep. But yeah, if if your people are not on the internet, then
They're not.
I mean, it's no point in you being there. Now, you may have other audiences that you want to engage, so you may not be using the internet to engage with that community, but you may want to engage with other archaeologists or.
And sometimes it surprises you. So, for example, when we were doing a project, we discovered a lot of activity at a particular time of day where we didn't think, it was like not England, it wasn't, couldn't figure out what it was. Well, it turned out what it was, they were alumni who were in the Army. And they sort of wanted to know what was going on, and they were interested. I mean, they were bored. Let's put it, be honest here. They were bored, and so they were looking. And so sometimes there are audiences you don't even think about.
I think the other thing I struggle with as a teacher is my students come to the University of Idaho and are scared to use these technologies and social media, and it's all really new for them
Mm-hmm.
surprisingly. So I really try so hard as a teacher to get them to try it and then to use it to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the digital native thing is kind of
A myth. There is no such thing. But yeah, no, it is a myth. They know how to use their telephone.
Well, and a lot of them know how to use Facebook as a user, but
Right.
they've never,
In fact,
never ventured to the other side.
I was going to mention this yesterday. Apparently I dropped my phone somewhere, and I didn't know I had. And I got this message, this email message suddenly, from this woman who found my phone. She couldn't figure out whose phone it was, so she opened my Facebook app to see who it was. That was the only way she could think of to figure out who I was. I mean, there are lots of other ways with that on my phone, but that was what she did. So it's a very much an orientation to certain things.
Yeah.
I just get it for the help for the analytics.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're changing like whatever URL to Bitly and posting it on your
Mm-hmm.
on social media for your institution, those the analytics that were coming back to you to replace that.
Right, so you have to go to bit.ly.com and you create an account. And then what they have is a bookmarklet or an extension or whatever it's called based on whatever browser you use that is linked to that account. And so when you go to a web page, you click on that button and a box pops up, and you can customize the actual after the bit.ly. You can customize the rest of it, save it, and then copy it and put it in wherever you want to put it in. The other thing, and so then all that data goes back to your Bitly account. So you can go back and see all those different links. The other nice thing about Bitly is it's integrated into a lot of other systems. So it's in if this, then that. So you can, say like generate a Bitly account if I post a WordPress blog, generate a Bitly account or Bitly link for that post.
And the if it things are called recipes, and there are tons of them that are already done, so you can easily just grab it.
Right, so I have my if this then that account set up so that whenever it does a link shortening thing within my account, it makes it a Bitly link, and that is tied to my Bitly account. Does that make sense? So then I don't have to mess with, because like if this then that, or it will generate its own short links, but I can make it do Bitly automatically, and specifically towards that account that I've generated for Bitly. So.
Okay,
Anything else? All right.
great.
Thank you.
Only a few minutes late.
Okay, folks, we are going to end for the day today. A couple of notes about tomorrow. First, make sure everyone checks out, downloads, and reads through the project vision document. I will remind you again that is one of the deliverables that you are responsible for before you take off from here on Saturday. Tomorrow morning, Sean is going to take the stage and entertain everybody with thrilling tales of augmented reality.
Wear your 3D glasses.
We'll have 3D stuff. And in the afternoon, we have time scheduled for open discussion, play, experiment, consultation, all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to say it now and absolutely promise, the first thing that's going to happen in that period Dan is going to talk about micropasts. As opposed to continually shuffling them around. So Dan will talk about micropasts.
And Dan is also much more expert than most of the rest of us on tags. I forgot to mention.
And then the next day is lightning presentations. We'll talk about that in a lot more detail and expectations and all that kind of good stuff, probably tomorrow night. All right? So, enjoy yourself for the